What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, March 13th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field will join us in about 15 minutes to preview Texas baseball's first ever SEC weekend. Plus, Texas men's basketball keeps its NCAA tournament hopes alive with a win over Vanderbilt. Can the Longhorns take down Texas A&M today and punch their ticket to the big dance? We'll talk plenty of Texas basketball. We've got more NFL free agency. The Dallas Cowboys continuing to make some head-scratching moves. The Texans bringing in another defensive lineman, and plenty of big stories from around the league. Plus, the troops are under attack. No, not those troops. The Girl Scouts. We'll give you the details on that story on a Buck Off Thursday. We'll take your Buck Ons. We'll take your Buck Offs. We've got a lot to get to between now and 9 o'clock. Hope everyone's having a great week so far. We appreciate y'all tuning in. How are you this morning, Buck?
Doing good. I had a nice summertime day yesterday. It was absolutely hot. Did a lot of stuff outside. Got some more stuff to do today. But the one thing I do have to do is I have to go to the dentist this morning.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I have gotten over my dental anxiety. I know there's a lot of people that have it. I don't have it. It still doesn't. It's not one of my favorite things to go do. It can't be anybody's favorite thing to go do unless you can go there and just go to sleep, lay back in the chair and they knock you out, you know, which I did when I had these put in. But just going there is a lot of anxiety, getting there, you know, when do they come and see you? I've been to dentists, I've got a pretty good dentist that I go to. I've been a dentist where you sat in the waiting room and heard all the sounds back there for like an hour. And then you go back there and you're like in cold sweats. But it's not as bad to me anymore. It's just like, it's like going to, regular doctor's office. People get panic attacks. Hell, and I've been so many of these things lately that it's just like going to visit a friend now,
Yeah, nobody likes going to the dentist, right?
You can't. There's nobody that says, "Oh, I can't wait to go to the dentist. I feel great." I hate getting my teeth cleaned. I hate people sticking their hands in my mouth,
That's it right there. Yeah, you don't want someone you don't know sticking their hands into your mouth. Like, that's just an uncomfortable feeling. So
and then just keep saying the word wider, open your mouth wider. Well, I'm like, oh, quiet down. Or the rolling conversation. I go to Greg Eckert and he doesn't have these rolling conversations with you. I like when it's just quiet. Let's just get the work done. The less we talk, the quicker we can get me out of here,
Well, that's the hard part, right? They always want to have a conversation and their hands are in your mouth and your mouth is wide open, so you can't talk. It's like, what? Will you stop talking to me to try to get me to talk when I legitimately cannot talk right now? What are we doing?
Bring another person in there, and have a bell if somebody comes in the front. Just have the lady or the guy who sits up front and just, bring them in and sit them down over there and talk to them.
Yeah. If you want to talk to somebody so bad, get your hands out of my mouth and then we'll talk.
We can talk. Yes. That's all right.
Nobody goes to the dentist because they want to. You go because you're supposed to. So
yeah, I'm a bit behind. As I've been saying, I was supposed to go like last year. So I'm a little behind. I gotta get these beauties polished up anyway. Always. Good morning, the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it, to you and your families. And do be safe out there. It's going to be hot again tonight. Tonight, leading into the eclipse, Friday. It's the last you're ever going to see. You'll never see another one.
No, they said that last year, and then they said that 6 months before that, and then 8 months before that. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll never see an eclipse like this again. Oh, but this one's different, BK. That one was that. This one is this. All right, whatever y'all say. Whatever y'all say.
Just get your glasses ready, brother.
Oh, I got them ready. You and I both always keep them on deck just in case a random eclipse hits in the middle of this show.
Yeah, you always have to be ready. That's right. Because you never know when they're going to, because they'll never come again until this show starts.
Yeah. I don't know how often.
Those things are such junk. I pay like $6 at Chevron for these things. They're just paper with some black tarp on them.
Yeah, I stole this from some kid who walked out of Spy Kids 3D at the movie
Oh
theater.
my
So
goodness.
I don't know how good these are, but yeah. Oh, when the next eclipse comes between the hours of 7 and 9 a.m., we'll be ready to go.
That's right. We're always ready.
Both of us have our eclipse glasses at our desks just in case. You never know. All right, Buck. You never know with this Texas men's basketball team. They find a win in the opening round of the SEC tournament against Vanderbilt yesterday, 79-72. The final. With the victory, the Longhorns kept their NCAA tournament hopes alive. If you believe in Joe Lunardi, the Horns probably need one more win.
Yeah.
They will get that opportunity this afternoon against Texas A&M.
Which knows that, and they know that Texas needs one more win.
Oh, they do. Desperation is a hell of a drug, though. We talked about it yesterday. Texas was a more desperate team than Vanderbilt, right? The Commodores had already done enough in the regular season to punch their ticket to the dance. They didn't need that win yesterday. You saw that around the country. Hell, you saw that last night with Oklahoma beating Georgia, right? The Sooners, you felt like they needed one more win to secure their spot in the field of 68. They were playing a Georgia team that already did enough in the regular year to make it to the dance. OU got the big win last night. So that's maybe the hope again today for Texas basketball is that, hey, A&M, I mean, Joe Lunardi has the Aggies as a 3 seed right now. They are safely in the tournament. You hope that maybe they're thinking, we don't really need this game. It might be better for us to rest up for the real tourney so we can make a run there. Maybe Texas, playing with more desperation, knowing that they need one more W, can find a way to get the job done again this afternoon.
Yeah, they're playing with desperation, but they won't get it done today. This isn't like any other game. This is a rival game that means a lot to the Aggies. If they can put a nail in the coffin of the Horns, they will do everything they can today. There'll be balls to the wall today. You'll see.
Well,
I really liked the effort yesterday by the Horns. I thought a lot of guys played really, really well. I don't know if Vandy tried or not, but I think they didn't lay down. Vandy didn't just lay down. I think Texas kind of took the game and was trying their best at the end to give it back again.
Yeah, I mean, I never really thought that Texas was going to lose that game. I mean, they didn't make it as easy on themselves as they needed to, but I mean, it never got to within 7 points, so you never really felt like Texas was going to completely give it up. But you're right. I mean, give Texas credit. They took it to Vanderbilt yesterday.
Yes. And the Aggies would love to do for them to in the season and the coaching career of RT here, they're thinking about that.
Well, if I'm A&M,
the players aren't thinking about it, but their coaches are.
Well, if I'm A&M, I'm playing chess and not checkers. And to me, playing chess would be letting Texas win this game so Rodney Terry sticks around for another year. Because I think if I'm Texas A&M basketball, I'm not worried about the Longhorns as long as Rodney Terry's the head coach here.
Sure.
Now, we've discussed it. The hay may already be in the barn, and Texas may already have its decision made to move on from RT. But, dude, if I'm an Aggie, I'm like, yeah, look, I don't like losing to Texas, but if us losing to Texas means that their below-average coach gets to hang around for another year so we could beat him next year, then, all right, I might go ahead and sacrifice this game.
I just don't think the players feel that way in a game like this when you're playing against – I mean, that's the way Texas should have felt against Oklahoma last Saturday.
Right. They don't well, maybe Texas lost to Oklahoma so Porter Moser could stick around. That guy's not very good either.
Yeah, nice win by them yesterday. But, yeah, I just think that Texas extended a lot of energy yesterday. As I said, Vandy wasn't the Vandy that we've seen all year. I don't know what they were thinking of. You may have been right. One team really wanted it, and one team already knew they were in.
Yeah.
So that may have taken over. Or Texas just played well. I thought, like I said, a lot of different guys play well. We saw the herky-jerky lefty play one of the better games, where he was actually bringing the ball up the court and becoming a little bit of a guard. They've given up on the one guard. They just bring him in the game for just a 2-minute blow and then get him out as quick as they can. That kid, Larry Moe and Curley, he gets in for a second and then he's out. I think they've finally figured out all the way till March what he's worth right now.
Yeah, that was a change, right? And I'll give Rodney Terry some credit because making the move to have Tremont Mark running the offense worked really well for this Texas team. Now, I think Rodney Terry's hand got forced a little bit because Jordan Pope, who started the game as the starting point guard, picked up 2 early fouls and had to hit the bench. But still, I'll give Rodney Terry credit. He tried Tremont Mark, and it worked for Tremont Mark. He had a great game. Like you said, 19 points. Got to the free throw line 11 times. He was playing downhill.
At the rim last night.
Yeah, he was playing downhill. He was setting guys up, and this Texas offense had some flow, especially in that first half when they were able to build that 15-point lead going into recess. So I'll give RT some credit. I know Zay's been talking about that all season long. He wanted to see that a little bit earlier in the year, right? See what can happen if Tremont Mark is running the show instead of Jordan Pope or Julian Larry. Maybe it's too little too late, but better late than never. I'm glad we saw it yesterday, and that worked. That worked for Tremont Mark. He had one of his better games, and obviously Texas as a team had one of its better games as well.
Well, the Aggies will have better defenders today.
Yeah, I mean, A&M's a better team, right? They're the 5 seed. Vanderbilt was the 12 seed. Again, we mentioned that Joe Lunardi currently has Texas A&M as a 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. Like, A&M's a better basketball team, so they're going to present more challenges than Vanderbilt did. And we are talking about a Texas A&M team that made it all the way to the SEC tournament final a season ago. So they play well in that building, and under Buzz Williams, they have cared about winning games in that building.
Yes, they have. You're right.
So the Aggies, a 5.5-point favorite. Obviously, we'll talk more about that game later in the show. Plenty more Vanderbilt discussion to be had. And before we talk to our man Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field, we'll let you hear from Rodney Terry. RT in the postgame yesterday talked about what the Longhorns did right in their opening round victory in the SEC tournament.
Tonight's game was a lot like games we played all year long in this league, where you've got to try to play for 40 minutes. We knew we were going to get a team tonight that was going to play a physical style of play in terms of really on the glass. When you rebound, it was going to be a big deal for us. A transition defense was going to be really big for us. And our one-on-one defense is a team that really puts a lot of pressure on you in terms of attacking the paint. I thought we did a great job of attacking the paint tonight ourselves and not selling and really set the tone early with that. And I thought we guarded really hard tonight. I thought we had a team full of selfless guys that came in and played for one another and played extremely hard for 40 minutes.
No doubt about them, the attitude and the way they played. They played hard.
And they did. And they got bullied in the first game against Vanderbilt.
Right.
They, again, took it to the Commodores yesterday. They were plus 10 on the glass in the first half. They held Vanderbilt, a team that averages 80 points per game, to just 26 in the first half. It was the lowest scoring first half of the year for Vandy.
Yeah, they had no offense going on.
No, and give Texas credit. I mean, Vanderbilt missed some shots that they typically make, but they didn't get a whole lot of good looks.
No.
And Texas did not make it easy on Vandy at all. And it was one and done, most trips down the floor. That was key because Vanderbilt, again, they had 17 rebounds in the regular season game against Texas, 17 offensive rebounds again in the regular season game against Texas. That did not happen yesterday. A huge part of why the Longhorns were able to reverse course and get the victory. All right, more talk about this game coming up, but let's shift gears for a moment and talk about the hottest team on the University of Texas campus, the Texas baseball team, winners of 14 games in a row, and they will open up SEC play tomorrow night in Stark Vegas against Mississippi State. It'll be the first ever SEC baseball series for the Texas Longhorns, and you know our guy, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field, is going to be making the trip to Starkville this weekend to watch it all happen in person. Mark, thanks for joining us again. How are you, my man?
I'm doing fantastic, BK. Can't wait to get on the road tonight, head out to Starkville to take in my first SEC road series. So it's going to be a fun weekend ahead.
Yeah, and it should be a interesting start for the Longhorns in SEC play. Things start to ratchet up from this point on for the rest of the season, except maybe every once in a while a Tuesday game that won't be so important. But once you get into this league play, every one of those games are important, Mark.
Absolutely. And, Bucky, one of the things I was just kind of reflecting on the last couple of days is I don't think Texas could have had a better non-conference portion of the season, right? They lost opening night to a good Louisville team who's ranked in a couple polls right now. But to reel off 14 straight is very impressive. I think it kind of exceeded any expectation that I had of the baseball team, starting this season. I thought we could be a very good team. I wasn't expecting 14-1 to start the season. So they've proven that they can play good ball, and they have everybody excited. They've shown a lot of promise. They look like they're going to be able to compete right away in SEC play, and excited to see them get an opportunity to prove that this weekend out in Starkville.
Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here. And this segment is brought to you by our friends at 34 Wine and Spirits. We'll tell you a little bit more about them later on. But Mark, I want to ask you about Max Weiner, the new pitching coach for Texas. They showed some stats during the telecast of Tuesday night's game. Texas currently 6th in the country in team ERA. They are 9th in the country in hits allowed per 9 innings. Just your thoughts on the job that Max Weiner has done early on in his first year at Texas.
It's been fantastic, Brad. I mean, he has just done an amazing job with the staff. Not only the new guys that you've seen kind of slide into the program, but some of the holdovers, right, from last year's team have shown a lot of confidence. We're on the mound throwing strikes, and to me, that's the biggest thing, right? The last couple of years, there was a lot of frustration, right? A lot of walks. A lot of, mental mistakes that put your team in a bad position. And Max has the guys just firing on all cylinders. And obviously the heat's going to ratchet up this weekend, and we're going to see if all of this is real, right? But we have the opportunity to do that. I'm feeling personally a lot of confidence in our weekend pitching rotation. I think you may see some creative things happening once we get into SEC play with how they approach the weekend and pitching in general. But Max has just been fantastic. You can see the guys throwing with confidence, throwing strikes, trusting the defense behind them. And it's just been a night and day difference between this year and the last few.
Is there a different approach, Mark, that you can tell? I mean, are the pitchers a little bit more deliberate? I know there's the pitch counting and things you got to get on that mound. You got to get that ball out of your hands. Are they more deliberate in getting the ball to the plate? Also last couple of years, the guys, they are hitting batters. Obviously they're more accurate. There's not a lot of walks. But do they get on that? They get on the bump and just let it go, or are they a little bit slower? Do they take it all the way down to the last couple seconds, or how is that working?
I just think the biggest thing is confidence, right? You get a fresh start with a new staff and with a pitching coach that's got skins on the wall and a guy that you really trust. And I think you see the guys just kind of excited, right? Excited and confident. They're going out there with that confidence. And to me, that makes all the difference in the world, right? You're expecting to throw strikes instead of trying to throw strikes, right? And I felt like there were periods the last couple of years where there wasn't that confidence on the mound. You'd see us fall behind in counts, walk the first 2 guys in an inning, and then all of a sudden, right, you're immediately in trouble. Haven't seen a lot of that yet. And, me as a fan, I understand playing in the SEC. There's going to be periods where there's some rough patches and where you do get hit, right? There's fantastic offenses in this conference. But to me, my mantra is just make them earn it, right? If you're going to get hit. But I don't want to see us walking 3 guys and then give up a 3-run double, right? To me, that's different than going out there and just getting touched a little bit by a good batting order. So again, I think in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're really going to see what this staff is made of. But again, confidence is key, and I think they're in a great position moving into SEC play.
And Mark, I don't know if this makes any sense, but Jared Spencer has been so good that I now have faith in Bert Auburn again. I mean, those guys have the same hair, and I'd given up on Bert Auburn with the way he ended the season for Longhorn football, but Jared Spencer with the same do. I mean, he's been money. I was a little nervous about him making the jump from Indiana State to Texas, but four starts, 2-0, a sub-1 ERA. The strikeout numbers are ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure Schloss and company thought he'd be pretty good, but there's no way anybody expected him to be this good, right?
Again, just exceeded every expectation that I had, right? He's been fantastic to this point in the season. But one thing that's interesting, right, is on Twitter and other social media outlets, you're starting to see guys kind of ratchet up the SEC type coverage and talking about conference play starting. Saw a couple different publications that were ranking like the top Friday night starters in the SEC. And I saw Spencer listed like 10th or lower on a couple of people's list, which is very surprising to me, right? Because from what I've seen, he's been lights out. So again, we've played some decent competition, but the lights are on now. And I'm so excited to watch him pitch tomorrow night in Starkville in front of 16,000, 18,000 fans. And then he's going to come home and throw a Friday night game against the number one team in the country in LSU. So, man, he's been fantastic. He's exactly what I was looking for out of a Friday night guy. And I think him and Luke Harrison, our Saturday starter, put us in a really good position against Mississippi State.
Mark, have they got enough defensively now? I mean, with the kind of the preseason stuff that's going on, you feel pretty good about the way the defense is playing also?
I do. The defense has improved, and you guys may know that Schlossnagle has made a little bit of an adjustment over the last week or week and a half. He's moved Casey Borba, a guy with a little bit more experience, over to third base, and we've moved Adrian Rodriguez, who was starting at third as a freshman, to the DH position. Now, again, I think that's still a fluid situation. I'm not sure if that's going to stick and be permanent. But at the very least, it gives you options there at third base that you have confidence in. So Borba's come in. He's played really good defensive baseball at third base. I do expect him, right, our first road series in SEC play, to likely get the start this weekend, especially tomorrow night. But he has shored up the defense a little bit for us, on the left-hand side. And they're playing good overall. We're starting to see a lot more double plays. Mendoza and Flores are kind of getting that chemistry in the middle infield, so that's been good. And with Tommy Farmer out in left field now, the outfield defense has also improved a little bit there. So the last week and a half, 2 weeks, you have seen some more consistent defense. And again, high hopes going into this weekend. And I think we now have the 9 back there behind the pitcher that are going to be competing and playing defense.
Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here on Bucky and BK. Well, it seems like a long time ago since we talked about Jalen Flores struggling out of the gate, right? There's a little bit of concern with the way he played in the first 5 or 6 games of the year. He was awesome over the weekend against Santa Clara. Feels like the preseason all-conference player, preseason all-American in some polls. Feels like he's got things turned around, doesn't it?
Absolutely. He's been absolutely on fire, Brad. I mean, that Santa Clara series, it seemed like every at bat, he's hitting doubles in the gap, had a home run on Sunday. He's just playing with a ton of confidence. I mentioned to you a couple weeks ago, right, that confidence has always been there defensively, right? And he looks fantastic at short as well. So it looks like he's firing on all cylinders, playing with a ton of confidence. And we're at a position right now, right, where the other big guy coming into the season, Max Blue, is, struggling a little bit at the plate, at least for him, right? He's still hitting about 400, but he only had 1 or 2 hits in the last 4 games. So we haven't seen the Texas offense necessarily hitting on all cylinders where Max and Jalen are red hot at the same time. But that's going to come. And I hope it comes this weekend, to be honest with you. But yeah, Jalen is playing with a ton of confidence at the top of our order, and I expect him to continue that moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Mark, what are your travel plans this weekend? You're not driving out there, are you?
We aren't, and luckily for me, taking the whole family. It's spring break for my wife and daughter. They wanted to take in Starkville as well, so we're actually leaving tonight, not coming back until Monday night. So there's rumors of some weather concerning, especially on Saturday there in Starkville, where we may have to adjust the series in some way. You might see a doubleheader on Friday or a game moved back to later in the day on Saturday, potentially a shortened doubleheader on Sunday. But we're flying into Birmingham, making the short drive over to Starkville, which is about 2 hours. And we're just excited, man. There's going to be a ton of Texas fans making that trip. It's kind of a bucket list type thing for all of the Texas baseball fans out there. So a lot of the left field crew is going to be out there. Obviously, all the players' parents are going to be there as well. And we've had just some fantastic hospitality from the Mississippi State fans so far. Met a lot of them in Omaha a couple of years ago when we played them in the College World Series. They've been reaching out via text, via Twitter, telling us they're going to put a tailgate on for us on Friday and kind of host us there in Starkville. And then all of the guys that cook and drink out there in the left field lounges, they've all invited us out there for the weekend to kind of take in the games from that vantage point and just party with them all weekend. So I think the two fan bases are definitely going to get along quite nicely. And I expect a lot of beer drinking and fellowship out there in Starkville.
Yeah, I can see the baseball team being welcomed, wholeheartedly into the SEC, unlike football, which I didn't think got the greatest welcome, although we did appreciate the scheduling done the way it got done. But I could see them opening up their arms to Texas baseball, a historic baseball team like Texas into the SEC to join the group of other historic baseball teams. I think that's got to be really cool for the SEC to have Texas be a part of this.
Absolutely. I think with the exception of the teams that just despise us, like Arkansas and A&M.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I agree with you there, right? I think a lot of the SEC fans are going to welcome a team like Texas coming in and playing. And then obviously, right, just like football, I feel like Austin and Dishfalk is going to be a bucket list the other way around for some of these other programs that haven't played in Austin recently. So, again, looking ahead further in the season, really excited to see us hosting top 10 teams like Georgia, Florida. Auburn is another good team that's ranked in a couple of polls. So it's going to be a fantastic next 2 or 3 months, man. It really is going to feel like postseason baseball nonstop on the weekends. And we're fired up about it and looking forward to the road trips and also the new sets of fans and teams that are going to be coming and visiting us here in Austin.
Awesome.
No doubt. Yeah, I was going to ask, what is there to do in Starkville? But I think you answered it. Just drink beer and watch baseball. It's not a bad weekend at all.
Yeah, we've had a ton of good restaurant recommendations. They're saying there's a lot of good speakeasy type bars.
Applebee's, Chili's. What are we talking about here?
You got to give them a little bit more credit than that, Brad. But we'll be posting.
They got the Piggly or something.
We'll be posting some videos on Twitter and letting the folks back in Austin know what it's like. But I'm definitely excited. Heard some great things about it. And they basically say the size of that city doubles on baseball weekends.
Nice.
Because they have so many people coming in from out of town to fill up that stadium. So we'll see what it's like, but we're looking forward to it and very excited.
There we go. Well, safe travels out there. We know you got to run, but appreciate you joining us, Mark. And we look forward to catching up next week, hopefully after the first SEC series victory in school history.
Absolutely. Go Horns. Let's take at least 2. I appreciate you guys having me on. Y'all have a good rest of your week.
Thanks, Mark.
You too. Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field. Y'all make sure to follow him on Twitter at OccupyLF. And yeah, if you're making your way out to Stark Vegas, DM Mark. He'll let you know where you need to be and what you need to do. Of course, the left field crew, very welcoming. Make sure you go by and see them at some point at the Dish this season. There's going to be a lot of big home games coming to town with currently 3 top 10 teams coming to Austin on the SEC schedule. And this league is very good, and it will be a dogfight every single weekend from here on out for Texas baseball. But feels like the Longhorns have it figured out. Feels like they're ready to rock. They've won 14 straight. It'd be pretty damn cool if we're talking about a 17-game win streak when we talk to the people on
just win
Monday.
the series. Win the series.
That's it. Yeah, you take 2 of 3 on the road against a very good team, then we will not be complaining at all.
Got to win those series.
In those series, you stack those together and everything's going to be all right. Okay, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Also, the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch comment lines are rocking and rolling as well. Before we get back into a little Texas basketball conversation, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Yeah, that segment brought to you by our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits to have Mark on. 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. If you're getting ready to hit the road, you need to put it in the car. Go ahead, stop on by there if you're leaving later on, or if you're leaving later on today, Head on over there once they're open at 10 a.m. Right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac, 4601. All your alcohol needs, liquor, wine. Hey, Altstadt Beer. They've got it all right there at 34 Wine and Spirits. Want to thank those guys for joining in and being a part of this with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of that Altstadt Beer, hey, if you're making the drive to Starkville, how about
don't you? They may not have it in South Carolina.
That's not where Mississippi State is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mississippi State. What am I talking about? In Mississippi, Starksville, Mississippi. I keep thinking, I keep getting those colors in my head. For some reason, that color, some of Mississippi's colors, Aggie's colors keep coming up in my mind now all of a sudden.
I thought that was a bit because, it's in the middle of nowhere. But
no, they're both in the middle of nowhere.
Right. But yeah, it is called Mississippi State, so they kind of tell you what state it's in.
Thank you very much.
They do make it very easy for you. But yeah, how about a booze cruise out there to Stark Vegas?
Oh, wow.
Now we're talking, baby. Hey, if you're sticking around here this weekend, get you some Altstadt beer. What a weekend it's going to be. You've got the conference tournaments wrapping up into Selection Sunday. On Sunday, you've got Texas baseball opening up SEC play. You've got the NBA. You've got the players. You've got the NHL. You've got a lot going on over these next few days in the world of sports, and it should be another beautiful weekend weather-wise here in Central Texas. Your good times are always made better with a great beer, and the best beer that you can find is Altstadt Beer, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, available wherever you buy your beer all across the state. So if you're tuned in from Houston or DFW, or obviously here in Central Texas, you could get you some of the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, this conference has a lot of that maroon and white around,
Well, South Carolina is not maroon or white.
Well, it's kind of, it's not red.
I think garnet is the name of their color.
I guess.
Does that sound right? Did I just make up a word there?
Kevin Garnett?
I don't think Kevin Garnett is the color of South Carolina.
Huh.
But you've got maroon and white for both Texas A&M and Mississippi State. South Carolina's official colors are, not the state. Come on, Google. I don't care about the state colors. Yeah, garnet and black.
Garnet and black. Oh.
School colors of the fake USC.
Yes. So, and then we have those Aggies.
And then we've got those Aggies. Yeah, A&M and Mississippi State have the exact same color scheme. So, and they play each other. It's very confusing. And
yeah,
it's very
they try
hideous
best
color
to separate
scheme.
those colors and say they're totally different. It looks the same to me.
And they're the same. And I think they're both Adidas schools. So it's like they've got the same manufacturer making their uniforms, and it's the same colors, and it's not good all around.
No, it's not good. Right. Never wear that color. Never, ever. Never seen me with that color on ever.
No, I never have.
30 years, I've never worn that color ever. Never will.
What color is Boston College?
They're the same.
Okay, so since you left BC.
Yeah, I can, if I put my BC stuff on, I never leave the house. That's all.
You have worn it. You just haven't left the house with it on.
Yeah, I've worn it in my house, not even outside in the yard.
Okay.
I don't want people to see that.
I respect that.
Maroon and gold is BC's color.
I respect that about you, because even though that is your alma mater, you hate Texas A&M so much that you won't rock your alma mater's colors.
Want to give me a free truck that color? Keep your free truck.
Ooh,
yeah,
you wouldn't take it and sell it?
I wouldn't take it, and I would say no, thank you. You sell it.
All right, make sure you call me when that offer comes your way.
That offer comes,
yeah, because I'll just get it and paint it. Like, that's very easy fix.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take that original car. I wouldn't do it. Wow. Can't do it.
Okay, that's a weird bit right there.
It is a weird bit, but I've turned down cars when there was the only car left. I had to almost go into town to get a rental car from an airport because I wouldn't drive that around going to recruit a kid.
Well, that's different because that's just renting a car, and you can't paint that one. Well, if someone offers you a truck to have, then you just take it and take it straight to a paint place and get it changed.
Won't get in it, won't drive it.
Okay, good for you.
I'll call you when that happens.
Yeah, please do. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
All
safe
right.
trip for Mark and the gang and everybody headed that way.
Amen. Amen. Speaking of Maroon and speaking of Texas A&M, can the Longhorns beat the Aggies for the second straight time in men's basketball? Of course, it's pretty funny, right? We had to wait 14 years for Texas and Texas A&M to square off as conference foes in any sport. And now we're getting our third Longhorn Aggie basketball game in 3 months. Obviously, a lot on the line with this one, a spot in the SEC tournament quarterfinal. And for Texas, a spot in the NCAA tournament.
Yes.
Texas lost the first game. It was ugly. A&M won by 20 in the Longhorns conference opener in College Station. Texas got bullied in that game. A&M was plus 32 in the paint in that first matchup. They just bullied Texas, especially in that second half. And the second game was going the same way, Buck. The Longhorns were down by 22 in the second half. Put together a miracle comeback. Trey Johnson got hot. He ended up with 30. Tremont Mark hit the game winner with just over 3 seconds to go. That was the biggest regular season win of Rodney Terry's career.
Yes.
The biggest win of the regular season for Texas this year. They somehow found a way to win. Can they get that same magic today in Nashville?
Well, I'll be rooting for them. I'm not rooting against them. That's for damn sure. I know people that will root against this and want this to be over with. I don't never root against them if they're playing against Oklahoma or Aggies. There's just no chance. I don't care how bad I want somebody to be gone. There's just no way. That's a hard. You don't even watch. If you're going to be that way, you can't even watch the game.
Yeah, I felt that way about the regular season finale against Oklahoma too.
So, you can't do that. You can't. How would you root for Oklahoma to beat your team? It's too hard to do.
Right. I don't ever root for Oklahoma when they're playing somebody else.
I don't either.
Same thing with A&M. Right. So there's no way I'm going to root for either of those schools playing against my favorite school. Doesn't make any sense.
No.
So, yeah, I'll be rooting for Texas today. I'll be disappointed if they lose. And look, I get it. If you want a change,
we'll just be moving on from there.
Right. Look, I get it. If you want a change atop the program, I understand that. But you can't root for A&M to beat you. You might root for Rick Barnes to beat you by 30 tomorrow. Yeah. But you ain't rooting for Buzz Williams and the Aggies to end your season. That can't happen. Don't let them be the team to keep you out of the tournament, please. That'd be bad. What does Texas need to win this game today, Buck?
They have to still rebound the way they did yesterday. They have to continue to be physical. Clark Kent played well. He was physical. They were all physical. I mean, Mark was rebounding. There were guys all over the boards yesterday. They had to. They have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
The guys can't take off and try to get out in front and run. They're not a great fast break team anyway. So might as well get the board and come up with that lousy half-court offense that you've been using. So, but you got to get the boards. You can't get knocked around and pushed around against the Aggies because they will try to bully you around. And they've got 3 or 4 guys like that. They don't have just one player. They've got a few of them that will go and they will spend their time underneath and hang in the paint and do nothing but that and get offensive boards and defensive boards.
Yeah, Texas, if you just look at the box score for yesterday's game, Texas and Vanderbilt were even in rebounding. But when Texas built up that 15-point first-half lead, the Longhorns were plus 10 on the glass. And Texas has been very good when leading at halftime. They're now 16-2 this season when taking a lead into the locker room. So if they could get off to a good start, have a lead at the break, then you feel like they've got a shot to pull this thing out. But you're right. They got to rebound. They have to rebound. And A&M is the best offensive rebounding team in America. So you cannot give them second and third and fourth opportunities. You've got to get boards. You've got to get out and run. And like you said, I mean, A&M's also elite in terms of half-court defense. So if you're Texas, if you could find ways to create turnovers and get out in transition and get some buckets before the Aggies can set up their defense, that is your blueprint. That is your recipe to an upset victory today.
Yeah, and if the Aggies are hot, their guards are shooting, then you don't have a chance. Forget about the rebounds because they're going to hit their shots. They've been playing well at the end of the season, so what you expected them to play. They got a lot of veteran players on their team, so you expect them to be at this time of the year to be pretty good. And if they're hitting their shots, Horns don't have a chance. There's nothing. There won't be anything to rebound.
No, you're right. You're right. A&M did end the regular year on a 2-game win streak, and one of those wins was against Auburn, right?
Yeah.
Auburn ended the year with back-to-back losses after they had already clinched the SEC regular season title, so you wonder if maybe they weren't quite.
Oh, that was a heck of a game, too. That was a battle. That wasn't Auburn just saying, nah, we're done for the year. They battled. They got beat.
Yeah, A&M beat them. A&M beat them. It's a good team. Again, I mean, this is a top 15 team in college basketball. Joe Lunardi has them as a top 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. They're 5.5-point favorites in today's game for a reason. They've been really good all year round. Texas is going to have to play with that same level of energy. They're going to have to bring that same effort, and they're going to have that same level of desperation if they want to win this game today.
Yeah, it's hard to keep that kind of thing up, and especially back-to-back nights, but that's the only chance they have is to have that kind of energy. If they don't, they'll get pushed around, they'll get shoved around, and A&M will enjoy beating the crap out of them. So it's hard to do, but you got to do it. Channel
your NC State. This is what NC State did in the ACC tournament last year.
Oh, they were incredible last year. Remember how they played? I mean, I enjoyed watching them. It was a joy to watch the way they played, the energy that they played with. Because they were okay during the regular season, but when they got to tournament time, it was incredible.
They went on a run. They won the ACC tournament, and they needed to win that to even make it to the NCAA tournament. And obviously, they rode that momentum into a Final Four trip. Am I predicting that for Texas? No.
Yeah, you just don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if there's been a handshake that this deal is already over with, no matter what or not. But I think for a player, you just got to. I mean, it's your last. For a lot of those guys, it's their last go. You just got to you got to give it everything you can.
Yeah, I've heard some rumors about that handshake thing that you're talking about, and if that's true, to me that's stupid, right? Like, you've got a handshake deal to let Rodney Terry go after the season. Well, what if Texas wins this game today? They make the tournament, they get hot, and they make another deep run in March. Like, should you really be firing Rodney Terry if he does that? Again, the odds of that happening are very slim. I don't think it happens because I don't think they win today. But if you've got a deal that says, hey, coach, you're done whenever the season's done, what if the season's not done for another 3 more weeks?
What if it's done after 1 win in the tournament and then a loss? I mean, what if it's 2 wins and a loss?
Yeah, I mean, if you make it to the Sweet 16, like, that's Rodney Terry getting to the second weekend twice in 3 years, when Texas hadn't done that since 2008.
That doesn't mean they won't get rid of somebody.
Wouldn't you have to keep him at that point?
You don't ever have to keep him unless he wins the national championship. You don't have to keep anybody.
No, of course they don't have to keep somebody, but I mean, if the season ends today and Texas misses the tournament, then the move should be made. I agree 100%. But to me, in this sport, your success is defined by what you do in the big dance. If you make it to the second weekend of the big dance again, you should get another year to see if you could do that again. No?
It all depends on what the deal is. What the deal is and who you're talking to and how close you can get. I mean, because it's still about the future. I mean, because no matter what, if they win this game and they won a game and they didn't make it to the second weekend, or if they did make it to, they won and made it to the second weekend, do you still feel confident that this coach is the guy who's going to lead you into the future? You don't.
Not really, but if the coach keeps winning in March, it's like, oh.
Because we're not talking about fairness. I mean, fairness is that's a perception of what's fair and what's not fair is up to the people.
I want results. I don't give a shit about fairness. I want coaches that can win in March. That's why I wanted Shaka Smart fired 3 years before he got fired, because he couldn't win in the tournament. But if Rodney Terry makes it to the Sweet 16, again, huge if. They're not even in the tournament now. We understand. But if he makes it to the Sweet 16, that would be 6 tournament wins in 3 years.
Well, I'm on the side of them winning all the games. So
yeah,
to me,
if he does, then why would you get rid of him?
Well, if he wins all the games, nobody's getting rid of him.
Oh, that's why I'm like, why would you have a handshake agreement? Look, I'm not saying don't have had conversations with other coaches to replace Rodney Terry just in case. But like, if you've already agreed to a buyout with him, what happens if you change your mind? I'm sure he'd let you.
Well, yeah, he'd let you.
But I don't know why you would do that before the season is over.
Or maybe he wouldn't let you. Maybe he'd be ready to get out. Who knows?
Maybe he would. It's a big if. All big ifs. Texas also needs its other players to play well today. That's 2 games in a row where the supporting cast has shown up. So if Texas is going to do any of this crazy stuff that we're talking about and give Rodney Terry a real reason to be brought back for a year 4, they're going to need Tremont Mark, the jerk. What do you call him? The jerk off lefty?
The herky jerky.
Oh, he'll herk you, he'll jerk you, and he's a lefty. He'll do it with his left hand. That guy.
He was smooth yesterday, BK, though.
He was smooth against OU. He was smooth against Vanderbilt. Like, he needs to be smooth again today. Jordan Pope.
No doubt about it. They've come to the point of when the latter part of the second half, they let somebody else bring the ball up. They know that Pope Paul there they're going to pressure him and he's going to throw it away. So they have somebody else bringing it up. Trey Johnson was bringing it up again yesterday.
Tremont Mark was doing it mostly yesterday, and that worked. So,
they're not trusting than Pope being the guy. I know he had those early foul trouble, but they don't want him bringing the ball up. They don't want him getting in corners where they can, get a trap on him. And he's such a little guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he's not a point guard. Like, you've been trying to fit that square peg into a round hole all season long, and it hasn't worked. That's why Texas went 6-12 in the SEC regular season.
They don't want the other guy handling the ball either, for sure.
No. And Julian Larry played 4 minutes yesterday.
Wow.
And nobody complained about that because Texas did some good things offensively.
Yeah.
So, it's a feel thing for RT. Like, Julian Larry's going to get some early run today, and if he's playing well, then he'll get more than 4 minutes. But if he looks like he did yesterday, and Tremont Mark is running the offense as well as he did yesterday, then you're going to see more of number 12 with the ball in his hands and less Julian Larry on the floor. So, yeah, you got to go with what works this time of the year. Like, you should start with what worked yesterday. You should start the game with Tremont Mark.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
As your primary point guard. And if that works, you roll with it. But if it doesn't work, then you've got to adjust because there's no tomorrow if you lose today. So you pull out all the stops, you try all the rotations, you do this, that, and the other to find a win that keeps your tournament hopes alive and maybe, just maybe, saves your job.
Yeah, I don't think you can do Trey Johnson as your original bring the ball up guy. You can't. He got too many other things to do, like score 30 today.
Yeah, he might have to. That's what you needed in the regular season victory over A&M. But it can't just be Trey Johnson. Like, you can't bank on him going for 30 today. Would it be nice? Hell yeah. But you can't bank on that. So you need, the 19 you got from Tremont Mark. How about Jordan Pope? 35 combined points in the last 2 games. Yeah, he's not a great point guard because he's not a point guard at all.
But he needed to score. You're right.
Yeah, he gave you 21 against the Sooners. He gave you 14 yesterday. Arthur Kaluma had 11. Caden Shedrick gave you 9. If you could tell me you're going to get that type of production from those 4 guys,
yes,
I will tell you the Longhorns can advance to play Tennessee tomorrow. But if this looks like Trey Johnson and the band of misfit toys, then sayonara.
Yeah, I'll go off of that. If they can have that same energy, they can be in this game into the second half.
Yeah.
But they got to have this energy. But like you said, it's everybody that has to bring it again. On back-to-back nights.
Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, shoot. It'll feel like night. That game yesterday was supposed to start at 2:30 and end at 4:30. I think it started at 3:15 and ended at 7:45.
Yeah, that thing started late. I thought it was like 20 minutes after the other game ends.
It was 25. It was 25. The problem is the first game took forever because Arkansas couldn't close out the fake Cox, or I don't know, the real Cox, whatever we're supposed to call them. So that game took forever. And then the Texas game, it felt like the refs were getting paid by the whistle yesterday. Just total ref show in the second half, both ways. It wasn't like Texas was getting screwed and Vanderbilt wasn't. It was like, can we let the boys play, please? Yeah. We're not here to watch y'all, Zebras. We're here to watch the game. So, yeah, it's supposed to start at 2:30 again today, but odds are it'll be closer to 2:45 or 3. Maybe that's good because a lot of folks are working right now, so you get a little bit more opportunity to head home if
That's
it's
true.
later, right? But bring your hard hats. I might be wearing a hard hat watching this game today.
Oh, it's going to be.
That's what it's going to take. Bring your lunch pail, tighten up those bootstraps. And,
Yeah, this is going to be physical today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. I am not going to pick Texas to win. I did think Texas was going to win yesterday. I'm not picking them to win today because every time they got a big win in the regular year, they est the bed the following game. So losing today would fall in line with that. But I don't think this is going to be some sort of blowout like we saw in College Station. I think Texas is going to bring it. Can they make those winning plays late in the game?
Yeah, got to keep making those free throws. You know, Trey Johnson's got to keep going to the rack where if he doesn't make the shots, that he makes the free throws because that guy's like automatic at the free throw line.
Yeah, he is. He usually is.
He throws up some wild shots when he goes to the rim too.
He does. Yeah, and Jay Billis on the telecast was talking about it yesterday. It's like for most people in the country, those are bad shots. For Trey Johnson, I don't know if they are.
Well, anytime he goes to the free throw line, it truly is for free because that dude and that's money when he goes to the free throw line. So he throws his body all over the place. And I'm looking at the shots, I'm going, that shot isn't going in, but he's going through the free throw line. That's good.
Yeah. One thing I want to see, I don't think I've said this yet. If I have, I'm sorry. But I'd like to see a little more ball movement from Texas today, if they can. The one sort of stat that doesn't feel replicable in a win, only 7 assists for the Longhorns yesterday. 7 assists and 8 turnovers. So they got to set each other up. A lot of what they were doing yesterday was just guys being aggressive and taking the ball downhill and getting easier looks at the rim and getting to the free throw line because of that aggression. I'm not saying I don't want to see that. I just think you're going to have like double-digit assists at minimum.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going to beat a defensive team as good as Texas A&M. Because if you get stagnant against them, if you play hero ball, you're just doing a bunch of one-on-ones instead of 5-on-5.
You kind of play into their hands with that.
You do. You do. Exactly. So it's got to be a team game. You got to see a little bit more ball movement today. If that happens, look, there's a blueprint to beat this team. Texas already did it once. See if they can do it again. All right, 2:30 this afternoon on SEC Network. Again, if the Longhorns win, they will move on to play Tennessee in the quarterfinal round of this SEC tournament. That will be a true road game. Now, Vanderbilt doesn't have enough fans to really make yesterday feel like a true road game. But if you're playing Tennessee in Nashville, yeah, that's a true
it'd be
road.
a lot. That's a lot of orange there now.
Yeah, you somehow win this one today. That's going to be a very uphill battle tomorrow. We'll take your thoughts. Can Texas get it done this afternoon? Can Rodney Terry still save his job? We want to hear from you. The Coda text line is open, 512-222-9328. All right, before we shift gears here and get to the latest and greatest from NFL free agency, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems have been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And boy, if that air conditioning of yours didn't pop on yesterday, you need to give them a call because it should have. It was warm yesterday afternoon. And boy, it stayed warm too, BK. And it's going to be about the same again today. We're going to have a really nice hot day today, close to 90 degrees as we start to head into the weekend. So if your system isn't working properly, please call in our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. I don't think you're going to have to worry about the heat any longer. Those days are over with for a while. So don't worry about that. I'm calling for no more of the winter blast either. They're done. It's done. Not going to have one of those fake you out deals where we have 4 days of cold weather. It's done. But that air conditioning system needs to be making sure the filters are clean and ready to go because that's going to come upon us. And it may be straight to summer without a real spring. So our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems, they're the folks that you want to call on. Their technicians will get there, and they'll get there on time. Love the folks. They do a fantastic job. And as I said, they've been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas.
Yeah, woodscomfortsystems.com is their website. 512-842-5066 is their phone number. Shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. South by Southwest continues here in Austin. If you want to be at any of those events, head over to centextickets.com to get your tickets. Plus, any sporting event coming to town. Or, hey, if you're making the trip to Starkville to try to watch the Texas baseball team this weekend, they've got you covered with your tickets at centextickets.com. Make sure you use the TSU promo code CENTEX10, and you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase, whether it's sports, concerts, comedy shows, festivals, whatever. Use that promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase over there at centextickets.com.
Love 'em.
Also, a shout out to our friends at Olipop. I got one in the fridge. I was too lazy this morning to go actually get it and crack it open. So that means I'll be getting it and cracking it open after our show is done at 9 o'clock. Olipop, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. If you haven't tried this stuff yet, you are missing out. Stop drinking the traditional soda because you're drinking battery acid. This stuff is terrible for you. So much sugar, a lot of calories, a bunch of horrible ingredients that you know are bad for you. Well, the great thing about Olipop is it tastes just like the soda you've been drinking for years, but it's actually good for you. The ingredients in there are good. They support great digestive health. And again, you're going to enjoy what you're sipping on every single time. They've got 19 different flavors. They're easy to find, available wherever you buy your groceries in the state of Texas. HEB, Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, wherever you go, you can find the greatness that is Olipop.
Right. How's your Southwest Airlines? Have they made any changing back because of the feedback that they're getting?
They have not.
They don't care.
Now, the good news, if you are a Southwest Airlines passenger, these changes don't take effect until the end of May. So you've got 2 more months where your bags are going to fly free. You've got 2 more months of the cattle cart, if that's your thing.
That's your thing, yeah.
You got 2 more months of not having to pay extra for a certain seat. But once we get to, I think, May 28th is the day those changes come into play, then it's all over. And Southwest Airlines,
just like everybody else.
Just like everybody else. You like choices? Sorry, you don't get choices anymore. That was the beauty of Southwest. They were different, right? If you wanted the more traditional flights, you could book with United or Delta or American or anybody else. But you always had that uniqueness with Southwest. Now, it's all the same, brother.
Man.
Yeah, tough scene. Tough scene. All right. Boy, Jerry Jones could be in one of those want to get away commercials.
Wow, he should.
Speaking of Southwest Airlines.
Nothing.
So the Cowboys, I mean, what are we doing here? They are trying to put together a college all-star team. What do I mean by that? They have acquired 4 former first-round picks in the last 2 days. And I'm not talking about like great first-round picks, guys who have been studs in the league that somehow, some way are ending up in Dallas. We're talking about guys who have been total flops in the league.
They're going to show you that they can make them into something.
And Dallas is trying to do exactly that. Like, hey, we're shopping at the bargain bin here.
Wow.
We're doing a little goodwill hunting here. I'm not talking about the movie because the Cowboys aren't nearly good enough to be talked about in that light. That movie's too good. Yesterday, so after picking up, Solomon Thomas and Peyton Turner on Monday or Tuesday, whenever it was, yesterday, the Cowboys traded for 2 former first-round picks. They get Kenneth Murray Jr., former Oklahoma Sooner. They get him from the Tennessee Titans. And they also pick up cornerback Collier Elam from Buffalo. He played his college ball at Florida. So 4 first-round picks coming to Dallas, Buck. I don't think any of them are very good.
Did the dude at Buffalo do anything?
He has been burnt toast.
That's what I was thinking. That guy's been toasted there. What would they bring him here for? To be more toast?
Maybe Jerry Jones likes toast.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's true.
You think he's eating avocado toast? You think he's in on that trend?
What is the deal? Why are they bringing these guys here?
I mean, the Cowboys only gave up a 5th for Collier Elam, and Bills fans are like, we fleeced those guys.
We just took them to the cleaners.
Man. Like really? They gave us we were about to cut that guy for nothing. We really got any draft pick for Collier Elam? Really? So, in Jerry Jones's eyes, it's like, oh, man, that's a former first-round pick, and all we need is a fifth. Like, that's what they did with Trey Lance. Oh, my God, that's a former top 5 pick of the draft. We could get that dude for a fourth. Let's do it. That's great value. And it's like, no, he's not good. That's why the Niners don't want him anymore. Same thing with Collier Elam in Buffalo. It's like they don't want him.
No.
Yeah, they wanted him. They thought he'd be good. Why they drafted him high. But they
that's why they found a sucker like you to make a deal with him.
And the Cowboys will always be that sucker, won't they?
Yes, they will.
And then Kenneth Murray's been okay. Like, he hasn't been a total bust. I mean, he had 95 tackles and 3.5 sacks for Tennessee last year. So he's been a decent player in the league. But again, he's not the guy he was projected to be coming out of Oklahoma. So it's like you're trying to make your team better. At least you're supposed to be trying to make your team better. And instead, the Cowboys are just getting all of these rejects from other teams. And now they're not just signing them in free agency. They are trading draft picks for these guys.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, the Cowboys lost a couple of key players in free agency yesterday. Rico Dowdle is gone, which isn't surprising because Dallas brought in Javonte Williams a few days ago. It kind of felt like that meant Rico's days in Dallas were done. Rico signed a 1-year deal with Carolina for $3 million. That's what the Cowboys paid Javonte Williams, who is about half as good as Rico Dowdle is right now.
So they paid that for an old war horse.
So the Cowboys, 24-year-old old war horse.
Yeah.
The Cowboys felt the need to rush to get a running back because they're like, oh, there's no way we're going to be able to get Rico on the cheap. They rushed to get Javonte Williams because they wanted to make sure they had somebody, and instead they end up with egg on their face.
Just draft a guy in the 4th round or 5th round. What are you waiting for? Why are you rushing to get nobody?
Well, they're waiting for the draft to do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
now.
they could have just said we're not just taking. Oh, we'll go with no one right now. Oh, except for the guy from Round Rock.
Yeah. Now I think they needed a free agent running back because they only have one guy under contract. Buck, you can't just draft one and be done with it. You got to have more than 2 tailbacks on your roster. So I'm okay with them.
Don't they have? Can't they? Do they have a 6th round? They have the last pick in the draft guy available.
You're saying you want them to draft 2 or 3 more running backs?
Maybe 2.
You still need more than 3, but they got too many holes to.
Oh yeah, they can't have 4 running backs, and they can't use 3. They've got to fill some of the holes because Jerry does such a great job with other positions besides offensive line in the draft. Yuck.
The problem is the Cowboys have convinced themselves they are so good at drafting players that they just don't need to do free agency.
Right. That's what it is. That's their thought is we can raise them from our own farm.
Right. And they haven't been that bad at drafting. They haven't hit on everybody because nobody hits on everybody. But that thought of, we can raise them from within is stupid. Where has it gotten Dallas in the last 3 decades? I don't understand why Jerry Jones continues, after last year, too, when you said you're going all in and you didn't do anything in free agency and you had your worst year in a half decade. Why would you just run that back and think that same strategy is going to work? Isn't that the definition of insanity, Buck?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You're right.
So I was wanting them, and I think they needed to sign a running back in free agency, but they could have gotten Rico Dowdle for the same price they got Javonte Williams at. All they had to do was wait one more day. The always patient Cowboys that never never makes any move early. They always wait. They didn't wait one extra day when they could have gotten Rico Dowdle. Instead, they paid Javonte Williams, who's not very good.
Wow.
That hurts. And DeMarcus Lawrence is also gone, by the way. He signs a 3-year, $42 million contract with the Seattle Seahawks. That one I'm okay with. I wanted D-Law back, but I didn't want him back at $14 million a year. I think Seattle's paying a pretty penny.
A lot of games.
That's it. That's why. He's still a good player when he's on the field, but he's dealt with a couple of injuries over the last few seasons. Yeah. So there's
he's
not a ton of
multiple game misser when he misses. He doesn't miss like one and then he's back for 6 games. Then he misses another game. He misses like 4 games in a row or whatever. He spends too much time away from the field.
It's usually breaks too. It's not like twists or sprains with Tank Lawrence. It's usually like he breaks a foot or an ankle or something that, like you said, requires a bit of time to get repaired. Right. So I would have loved to have him back, but again, at that price, I'm okay with the Cowboys letting Tank Lawrence leave.
Or they still got to do something on that defensive line, don't they?
That's it. That's another need for the Cowboys.
I'm talking about running back and shit. They have nobody on their defensive line.
I'm having a hard time figuring out what the Cowboys' biggest need is. I mean, they've got 4 or 5 like major needs, but like how do you power rank the Cowboys' biggest needs right now?
As much as I want the running game to go, they have to be better. They have to stop the run. That should have been their number one. That should have been their off-season free agency deal. Because they should have that big dude that was who was it, the Jets that went to where the hell did he Williams? Oh no, hell they're not going to get the guy from Philadelphia. He's probably not going to go to the Cowboys. But they needed a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
More so than a running back. As I said, find somebody, as you say, go to the 5th round, 4th round, find a running back. Somebody can turn around and hand it to. They're all going to be okay. They just couldn't live with the little short dude, but you can't live without a defensive line.
No, you can't. I mean, it's D-line and it's both positions on the defensive line, right? Like now you need an edge guy. You've spent a couple of draft picks on Sam Williams and Marshawn Nealon, but they haven't given you much. But you also need defensive tackles to shore up the run.
Yes.
You need cornerback play. You need a second receiver opposite CeeDee Lamb. You need a running back. You need offensive linemen because he just lost a Hall of Famer.
More and more with Micah Parsons when he has to play harder and harder, leading up to his contract year. BK.
Yeah, I'm Micah Parsons.
Huh?
If you're Micah Parsons, are you just like, nah, I'm going to play out my last year on my deal and we'll talk next year? Just see if you could pinch some more pennies.
Oh, he's pinching them for everything. Every day costs them. And every time you don't help him out and he has to play harder and harder, it's going to cost you even more too.
Yeah. So would you do that if you're Micah Parsons? Would you say, I'm not signing this offseason? I'm going to go out and prove that I'm worth more than Myles Garrett?
Oh, there are not many guys that want to do it that way, especially at that position. Give me the big bag.
Take it and run. Get that guaranteed money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys should have done this 2 weeks ago, but yeah, I think it'd be in their best interest to not let another edge rusher get a long-term deal done.
Shit, all the great ones are gone.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all signed up. TJ Watt still has another year on his deal, and he's going to look also. If his deal gets signed before Micah Parsons, look out for the Cowboys. Look out.
That's how it works, right? The next man up always gets paid the most. So TJ Watt, he's under contract right now, but he could be asking for some more money because his resume is better than Myles Garrett's is.
I believe it is.
I think he's won 2 Defensive Player of the Years, while Myles just has 1. So, yeah, Cowboys should get that one done. But they've already screwed up free agency a ton to this point, and there's not a lot of good players left.
Yeah, and you just put so much pressure on Micah Parsons to then get scrutinized by everybody. Oh, he's not playing well. Well, he's got nobody beside him to help him out. They can just focus.
Micah Parsons is playing great. Like, there's no argument against Micah Parsons not being a good player. To me, there's no argument against signing Micah Parsons. Like Chip has talked about, the Cowboys should trade Micah Parsons right now, get what you can for him. And I'm just like, you're looking for a Micah Parsons if you trade him. So don't trade. I know
he's a pain in the ass, but that guy, when he plays hard.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's a top 5 defensive player in the game. Don't trade that guy. Like, you sign players like that because they are foundational pieces.
Right.
And he's young, and yeah, he is a bit of a headache. I won't deny that. But as long as he plays the way he plays on Sundays, then you deal with it.
Yes.
We're not talking about a 4th string tight end here talking trash on a podcast. We're talking about a top 5 defensive player in the game being annoying. So You live with that. I think plenty of teams around the league. You know what? I think 31 teams around the league would be happy to have Micah Parsons hosting podcasts talking about their squad.
Absolutely.
So get it done. Texans didn't do a whole lot. They signed another defensive lineman, Casey Toohill. They've got about 50 defensive linemen on their roster right now. I wonder if one of them can play guard on offense.
Yeah, they're making sure that their defense still stays strong. That's the head coach. He's like, okay, to bring that guy in too.
You could tell they've got a defensive-minded coach, can't you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then they made the trade to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They brought in like 8 defensive linemen in free agency so far.
They'll just keep firing coordinators because they can't protect the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what the Texans do. They've lost 2 of their starting offensive linemen already. By their choice, they traded them both. They brought in one guard in free agency, but they still have
an offensive line that they're going to build with, and they're just going to hope their offensive line coach can coach his ass off with a bunch of young college guys, and not all of them are in the first round. Some of them are going to be later. They may spend their entire draft, BK, on offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They know they got to protect their quarterback. Their quarterback is not a piece of crap. That guy has just been – last year was just him. You know, even his first year, it was remarkable what he did his first year when they had all those injuries, but they did a good job masking the problem. They couldn't do it last year.
No,
he was running for his life last year.
He was, and he was getting a little gun shy. You could tell.
Sure.
Like he was seeing ghosts at times out there.
Oh,
now, it's understandable when you're sacked the second most times in football. I mean, the O-line didn't help him out at all. But there were times where C.J. Stroud, even with the clean pocket, was like almost looking around, wondering, there's got to be somebody coming, right? Like,
yeah, the easy solution is your OC and blame it on him.
Yeah, the Texans have 4 top 3 round picks. They need to spend at least 2 of those on offensive linemen.
Absolutely.
I think they will, too. Like maybe even 3 of them. I still think they need a receiver, even though they got Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios. I think they're going to spend a premium pick on a wide receiver as well. But
if they don't, they're still okay.
Yeah, I mean, offensive. Dude, they could take 4 offensive linemen with those 4 picks, and I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. They're not going to, but like that is for the Cowboys. It's like, what's the biggest need? What is the biggest need for the Texans? It's like that offensive line. That's what they have to address.
They got plenty of receivers. If Nico Collins, if that dude stays healthy, you don't need but another guy to help him out. That guy's that good. You still have Dalton Schultz. He's still there, right?
Dalton Schultz is still there, being very average.
Yeah, I mean, that's all right, but you're still good enough at that position, at the receiving position, but you can't screw up the offensive line. You can't go through another year of having your young quarterback because even when you get it fixed, he'll be seeing ghosts.
You're right. Yeah, he's your most valuable piece, and you got to protect that investment.
And we already know you already know the head coach is going to protect what he does best, and that's called defense. So, you know, they're going to have guys that can rush the passer. They're going to have big guys. You know, they're going to have they got a fan, one of the best secondaries in football.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, CB says the Cowboys' biggest need is they need a competent GM. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Different ownership, different general managership. They need all of those things.
Yeah, but that ain't changing.
No, that's why nothing else is changing either.
No.
Sucks. All right. What about some of the other moves from around the league? Hey, your boy Aaron Rodgers is officially a free agent.
Why don't you just go ahead and announce your retirement now? Don't even try to get to Minnesota. Nobody wants you there.
I saw a report yesterday that says Aaron Rodgers is holding the Pittsburgh Steelers hostage.
Really?
Like
they actually want him, and it's all on him now?
The Steelers want him. My guess is Aaron Rodgers would rather go play for Minnesota because they're better. They've got a better roster.
Oh, yeah, they got better wide receivers, that's for sure.
So I think those are the 2 teams that would make the most sense for A-Rod right now. So, don't put it to bed. Don't put it to bed. Aaron Rodgers could be completing the Brett Favre trilogy. Could happen.
No, please don't do that.
Why not? It's a Hall of Famer right there. You didn't see that guy beat your team enough? Now he can help your team win games.
You know what he can do? He can come to the podium and say, I'm retiring. That was it.
Not going to happen.
Where's my girl Danica Patrick? Is she still driving around?
Oh, he's going to go back to Danica?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That'd be a twist right there. Yeah, I
He's
got a
going-
hunch. I got a hunch Danica doesn't want anything to do with that guy.
I don't know how she ever did, really.
Well, his big name quarterback, making a lot of money.
Hey, she was driving and doing makeup at the same time. She's had it going on.
Yeah. She was okay at driving. She didn't win much, but
She didn't win anything because she was horrible.
She's made it further in her driving career than most ladies do, I guess.
Yes.
But yeah, no, not the best NASCAR driver. A little better in the IndyCar game, but not great at that one either. You're saying it's tough to drive and put makeup on at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
I've seen it done.
A lot in this city.
Wow, in this city, boy, they can get it done. Driving with their knees and doing their makeup, they can get it going. And at top speed, too.
Are you a knee driver? Can you do that?
I'm a knee driver, yeah.
I can't do that. I don't know how people do it.
I'm a knee driver because of, I got a lot of experience when I was doing the Taco Bell, the crispy Taco Bell, the shell Taco Bell. I could do that without fumbling any of the insides of the Taco Bell. I got every bit of it.
So you're saying
four crispy tacos, yes.
You need both hands to eat a Taco Bell taco?
No, I can do knee driving and take that and not spill anything inside of it. You know how hard it is to eat one of those hard shell tacos without spilling anything? That was me. I was the guy who could not spill.
You couldn't have one hand on the wheel and one hand on the taco?
Oh, no, you can't have it up here. You've got to have that. You've got to hold that shell like this, and you've got to have some, because there's going to be some dribblings there. You know, you can put that paper on your lap if you want to, but when you crunch into that thing's going, it's shooting everywhere.
Yeah, the Taco Bell crispy taco is so good, but one bite and it's done.
It explodes.
It's done. I mean, the shell cracks, and then you're losing everything onto that little paper that they give you.
It's in your lap.
And it's in your lap. Yeah.
Yeah, my first couple experiments with that, when you get out of the seat, it was all over the seat, all over the floor, over in the passenger side. I mean, I couldn't do it. Then I became a pro at it. I could do 3 crispy tacos from one point to the next, BK, 3 of them with the medium sauce.
How about that? Oh, you'd crack open the sauce and pour it on there too?
Oh yeah, it all was a part of it.
That's what your other hand was doing.
That was a part of the experience, man, getting that medium sauce. I never got the hot, just the medium.
Okay. The mild, you mean?
The mild sauce was always good.
That's not medium. That's the lowest level.
Okay, the mild sauce.
Soft. You're soft.
The soft sauce.
Golly.
Yeah, but I could do all that stuff and still not get a crumb on my pants. But the first couple times, dude, that thing I'd bite in and the whole shell would just go
There's nothing you could do. You could have 6 hands holding up that shell and it's still going to shatter.
What is that thing made out of anyway?
I don't know if you want to know what Taco Bell's food is made out of.
Yeah, I probably don't.
That's probably a scary thought right there. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is not retiring, by the way. I'm sorry to inform you. He's got multiple teams that are interested in him. He would leave if no one wanted him, but people still want him.
Why isn't the team by the Bay interested in him, where he's from? Why doesn't San Francisco want him? I mean, isn't Kyle Shanahan under the gun to not just get to a Super Bowl, but to win a Super Bowl before they start getting tired of that act?
Has Aaron Rodgers done that recently? And done either of those things recently.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Like the Niners, I mean, Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Yeah, they're going to, and they're trying to hold out and see how much money they can't pay Brock Purdy. But now who do they just bring in?
Mac Jones.
Yeah, okay, pay Brock Purdy.
Shanahan was reportedly in love with Mac Jones coming out of college. Almost drafted that guy when he took Trey Lance. I don't know if either of those decisions would have been the right decision, but the Niners traded up, and a lot of people thought when they traded up to go get Lance, they were trading up to go get Mac Jones. So, yeah, Mac Jones is there as the backup. Brock Purdy's got 1 year left on his rookie contract. Brock Purdy's better than – we don't know what J.J. McCarthy is in Minnesota. Pittsburgh doesn't have any other options at quarterback. So, the Niners at least have somebody that's proven a little bit in this league.
Yes.
So it doesn't make as much sense for them to be in on A-Rod as it does for those other two teams, I think. And bringing in Mac Jones, I think, tells you that the Niners will not be in on Rodgers.
Yeah, if Aaron Rodgers decides he's not going to retire, then they'll figure out a way to get him in Pittsburgh.
He's going to Minnesota, man. Just accept it, all right?
I'm not accepting that.
It's okay. Just accept it, Trebek. We got you.
No.
You got to let it happen. And then he's going to send you a D pick in a few months.
Oh, God.
You think that's going to you?
Oh, my goodness, that poor dude. Somebody just said he needs to just go in a dark room. Just sit in the dark. He should.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. I wouldn't hate that either if he just disappeared. But even when Aaron Rodgers does hang him up, he's not going away. He likes the limelight too. No, he loves him some him. Dude, he's the Jerry Jones of players. He loves people talking about him. So he's going. That's why he's dragging this thing out as long as he is, because people are talking about him every day. And yeah, he's been doing that a lot lately. He's going to continue to do that once his playing days are done.
Damn.
Zero doubt. Cooper Kupp got released yesterday as well.
Surprised we won't see him with the Cowboys.
Well, he wasn't drafted in the first round, so I don't know if the Cowboys want him. They only want bad former first-round picks. They don't want good later-round picks. That doesn't make sense. Why would you want that? Now, Cooper Kupp, if I'm Cooper Kupp, I'm going to a team that's got a shot to actually win next year.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, the Rams did. He would have loved to stay with the Rams, but they just weren't going to pay him what he was making because he hadn't stayed healthy. But, yeah, if I'm Cooper Kupp, I'm calling Mahomes. Like, hey, you guys just lost DeAndre Hopkins. Do you need a receiver?
Yeah, and I'll catch more passes than that dude did for the year he was with you.
Yeah, I think so. So Cooper Kupp should go to a contender. There's going to be a market for him. He was making more than $25 million in LA. He's not going to get that in the open market, but I could see him signing a 1-year prove-it deal just to show that he's still got a little bit more left in the tank. And
that's why he should go to a place like Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City, I think, would be more than happy to give that to him. I think there are a number of good teams that would be more than happy to do that for Cooper Kupp. A couple other big moves that were made yesterday. Darius Slay going to Pittsburgh. Speaking of those Pittsburgh Steelers, he stays in the state of Pennsylvania, going from Philly to Pitt. 1-year deal. Evan Ingram, the 2-time Pro Bowl tight end, is going to the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, they needed a tight end. They were talking about needing a tight end and one that may be able to catch the ball.
Yeah.
I think he can still catch.
He's fine. He's a solid player. I've never been that high on Evan Ingram.
I just never knew what he was. Like I told you before, I didn't know if he was a tight end or a big wide receiver,
Yeah, he's a bigger framed tight end. He can run some routes pretty well, but I think he's pretty average.
Yeah.
But he was the best tight end that was available. And like you said, the Broncos needed a tight end, so they go out and get him. Speaking of quarterbacks, Russell Wilson, he's still a free agent. He is meeting with the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants over these next 2 days.
Don't go to Cleveland, dude. Don't even do it.
Well, I don't think Russell Wilson
retiring.
He can't choose. He doesn't have the liberty of choosing his spot anymore. Like 5 years ago, it was like, if he was a free agent, he could have picked like amongst 10 teams. Now it's like Russell Wilson just has to take whatever team is willing to offer him something.
Yeah, if he just wants to keep playing football.
What's better out of those two? You say don't go to Cleveland. The other option is the Giants. It's cold and windy there too, and they suck. That's the teams picking second and third in the draft this year. So there's not much difference between
Go to the
two.
Giants. Just go ahead and go to the Giants. Don't go to that graveyard as the Cleveland Browns. Don't do it. No, you know that. Even those two sound better. New Jersey or New York, Cleveland, no thank you.
You're saying the Giants aren't a graveyard?
No, I'd go to I'd go to New York instead of Cleveland.
I think I would too. I don't know. Maybe the team that drafts Russell Wilson, maybe the team that signs Russell Wilson, if I can speak, also drafts a quarterback in the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
So they can let that guy sit behind Russ for a year and then hand over the reins.
Yes.
Next season. That could be the move for either of those two squads. Although it doesn't seem like, I don't know what teams are thinking.
Dude, Cleveland has to be in the market for a young quarterback. so that they can ruin his career too.
Oh yeah, they got to try. It's been a couple of years since they've done that.
Yeah,
they tried the wily vet with the Sean Talboy, and it didn't work. So now they got to go ruin some other young guy's career.
Yeah, they do. They have to.
That's my thought. They should draft a quarterback. I think Tennessee at 1 should draft a quarterback, but nobody thinks they're going to. So I don't know what they're tanking for.
Are they going to run that back with that same dude, the Mayo-eating dude?
They benched him at the end of the year, so I don't know.
I know, but would they start? Would they? Who else is with him? Did they not pick up somebody else? He can't be the only thing there.
Who took over for Will Levis last year at the end of the season? Was it like Rudolph or somebody?
Dorian Thompson-Jones, McKinney.
Yeah, it was Rudolph. No, that guy got traded to Philly. Mason Rudolph is your other quarterback in Tennessee. I assume he's still there. I don't know if he's still there. I don't care if Mason Rudolph is still there.
That is horrible.
Yeah, so that's bad year, I guess, to need a quarterback because it's not a great quarterback draft, which could help Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, but you got to take a chance on somebody, a young guy. Even if he's your backup, you got to take a chance.
I feel the same way, but some teams want to build a roster around the quarterback position and then try to bring in that quarterback position at the end, which that's not the way I would go.
A lot of them going out this year.
No, it's not the way I would go about it, but we'll see what happens with Russell Wilson. Those are kind of all the big moves. I mean, A.J. Dillon's going to Philadelphia, so he'll probably rush for 2,000 yards there.
Yeah, BK, where did the quarterback was at Florida State that had his leg turned backwards? Where did he end up in the NFL? They thought he was. I mean, the reason Florida State just couldn't get it done was when he got hurt. They were terrible. I mean, where did he end up in the NFL? Is he still with a team, or is he rehabbing his entire body?
No, he got drafted in the 5th round. Chargers, maybe. Someone will comment and let us know. I don't care enough to look it up because he's not going to play. Maybe ever. Not because of injury. I just I don't know if he's good enough to be an NFL quarterback. But he's on some roster. At least he was last year because he was drafted after that horrific leg injury at Florida State that kept him out of the playoff. But yeah, he's not in the news. I don't know what's happening with Jordan Travis. But there you go.
I forgot where he went. He wasn't. I thought maybe he was in one of those New York teams. Maybe he's not, because they don't even talk about that guy playing.
No, his 5th round pick who's buried on some depth chart somewhere. That's a random pull by you to ask about Jordan Travis.
Yeah, that should be the guy I'm talking about playing spring ball in the spring league.
He's with the Jets. Yeah, Jake says he's with the Jets.
With the Jets, okay.
Yeah. You don't play in the spring league if you're on an NFL roster. That's not how it works.
They don't let you go and play for a couple of weeks and get some practice in?
No.
They should.
Maybe they would. Well, no, I don't think they would because they've got you under contract. They don't want to pay you to get hurt playing for another team. You play in those leagues.
They look at it as paying you to get better.
Well, that's what they're doing right now. They think you're practicing and working out to try to get better.
Oh, you're playing catchy catch or getting massages. Yeah, that's what you're getting. You're getting massaged. That's what you're doing right now.
Ooh, you're throwing Jordan Travis in with Justin Tucker. What did he do to deserve that?
I don't know. Has anything come out on that? We're still investigating that possibility.
Yeah, Justin Tucker. Yeah, I mean, still no charges. It's all allegations at this point, but nothing from the league, nothing from the Ravens, nothing from the court of law just yet. It's all court of public opinion stuff going on right now with the lifetime Longhorn Justin Tucker.
Jeez.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. No idea what the Cowboys are doing. We'll wait and see what happens with Aaron Rodgers. Russell Wilson is still available. Most of the big-name free agents have already agreed to deals. And, hell, since yesterday was the start of the new league year, those deals have become official. So the activity surrounding the National Football League offseason is going to slow down a little bit over the coming days. But obviously, if more stuff breaks, we will have you covered. Apparently having some app difficulties again today. Apologies for that. I will reach out again to the folks who handle our app after the show to figure out what is going on there. So if you are dealing with some issues there, Apologies for that. I just checked it. It's working on my end, but we've had enough people texting in to where it seemingly is not working for everybody. So we will try to address that as soon as possible.
There
All
you
right,
go.
before we get to some of the fun stories we've got planned, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces the holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness, and I am living wellness thanks to this Relax the Back chair, BK. It feels fantastic. All this change of weather. One day it's absolutely burning up outside. Early mornings it's cool outside, and my back goes through a bunch of different kind of things. But now when I'm in this chair, my back feels great. I've got the support that I need in my thoracic back, my lumbar area, even my shoulders. But if you've got hip problems, also call on Relax the Back, folks. They can help you out. They have all the accessories to help you with any kind of needs you have when it comes to back and shoulder problems. They have it there. And folks, they've got all the Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, human scale office chairs, desk, all the accessories that you need, zero gravity recliners. It's all at Relax the Back. And folks, they got two great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from the Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends at Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audio Visual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
There you go. I'm ready for the players championship today.
Who you got?
Scotty's looking for a three-peat.
Yeah, Scotty's a heavy favorite to win. I mean, he pretty much is a heavy favorite to win every tournament he plays these days. But I think they've already teed off in Florida. How about this?
I'm looking for Wyndham Clark and rewards.
That's your guy right there, Wyndham Clark and rewards. What a start for the Texas Longhorns. I just checked the leaderboard, and again, it's very early play going on at TPC Sawgrass in Florida. Most of the big names, most of the names in general have yet to tee off. Scotty Scheffler won't tee off until around 11:30.
Yep.
But your leader, Jordan Spieth.
Jordan Pope.
Don't. See, now if Jordan Spieth loses, we know who to blame. Why would you do that to Spieth, man? He's 3 under through 2.
This is a great tournament for him. It's a great golf course because you have to have a great imagination to make shots at this course. And he's coming back. He's getting better.
It's not a great tournament for him anymore because you just compared him to Jordan Pope.
No.
What are you doing?
Not comparing him to Jordan Pope. No way. He's going to get it done. He'll be in the thick of things this week.
He's about to bogey the next 2 holes and be out of first place before the show is over.
He's going to eat up the island green.
How could you do that to the man? He's gone through enough these last few years, hadn't he?
Eat up the island green like he eats up number 12 at the Masters. Oh, he doesn't eat up the island green at the Masters.
Too soon, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What did Jordan Spieth do to you?
Got married. Had kids.
Oh, you wanted his wife?
No, he needed to not get married. He got married too soon.
Yeah, that did ruin his career.
He needed to wait another couple years.
Be careful, you individual sport athletes. Don't be making those major life changes in the prime of your career because it could screw things up for you.
Wait a couple more years. You can wait it out.
And play the field. Hey, the miracle said it. Shop around.
Shop around.
Or just, look, you don't have to leave your girl. Just wait a little bit. Although for Scotty Scheffler, it worked okay, I would say.
Yes.
Some guys could handle it. Some guys not so much. So Jordan Spieth is in the lead at 3 under. There is a 5-way tie at 2 under right now. One of those 5 is lifetime Longhorn Bo Hostler.
Nice.
So a great start for the Horns. Yeah, great start for the Longhorns out there. Those are the only 2 Texas alum who are on the course. And again, they are 1-2 right now in Florida. I think it's on Peacock right now if you were looking to watch. This is an NBC vehicle this weekend. But yeah, one of the bigger, what is this, the 5th major, as they call it?
Oh, yeah, this is a fun one.
The bigger golf tournaments of
Scotty he's back-to-back champions, but and we've never had a back-to-back champ at the Players. So this will be huge history if he can get it done.
You can go for 3 in a row.
3 in a row.
Trying to do what the Chiefs couldn't. 12:29 for Scotty Scheffler. I beg your pardon. I thought I was looking at Eastern time. I was looking at Central time. So 12:30-ish for Scotty Scheffler today. But yeah, the Players getting going. Some good golf coming up this weekend.
Awesome.
Buck, are you okay on time? I know you've got a dentist appointment.
Oh, I'm supposed to be gone.
I texted Wags. I don't think Wags is awake yet.
What?
And Rodney's out of town, so it'll be Wags and Smash.
I'll just have to wait it out.
Okay, because Wags.
Then we can yell at Wags later.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be here.
The okay, didn't he?
Huh?
He gave you the original okay, and then he went back to bed.
No, he hadn't texted me this morning, which is why I think he's still asleep. He's not late for his shift, so I can't be too mad at him yet.
Why do people sleep till 9 o'clock in the morning, actually?
Yeah, I guess if you have a job that allows you to, you could.
I haven't gone so far in the last 15 years. I've not gone past, I think, 7:15.
Even on weekends?
Even on the weekends, I have a hard time because there's something out there to this wonderful world that I want to get out to go see. There ain't shit out there.
I think it's your body clock, man, because 5 days a week, for years you woke up at what, 3:30, 4:30? Yeah, so it's like your body almost thinks something is wrong when you're sleeping much later than that.
Oh yeah, what was it this morning? I woke up and my wife got up at 5:15. She goes, "What's wrong with me? Why am I so lazy?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?"
Yeah, no. When I was doing afternoon shows in Austin and then in Houston, I'd wake up around like 8:30 to 9 every morning. But I would set an alarm to do that. Like I could have slept till 10.
Oh, you didn't have any problem. You would have slept right through. If you didn't have an alarm, you'd have just kept on going.
Yeah, the older I get, the harder it is to sleep in. But I still think I could sleep in if I absolutely needed to.
Like I never saw any of that OU game last night. After that long tag, it seemed like it was forever.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched to the end. Oklahoma, they were down. They went on a huge run in the last 5-6 minutes to take over and hold off UGA. So yeah, it was a big win for them. Kansas went to overtime against UCF. They choked, but came back and won. Thankfully, they suck. I don't even like watching them.
Chris Bennett just mentioned my guy Harold Varner the Thursday. He's always good on Thursday, and then he disappear. Does he still play golf? Does Harold Varner the Thursday still have a card?
Well, it's Harold Varner and it's Tony Finau, right? Those are the two guys that are like always in.
Oh, they're Thursday guys.
Yeah, they're Thursday guys. And I think Finau's actually won before, so you give him a little bit more credit now. Finau is not having a great start, though. He is 2 over today. Oh. So he is not doing his normal Thursday thing. I'm trying to see if Harold Varner the Thursday is
even playing.
Yeah, see if he's even playing or see if he's on the course right now. A very quick look at the leaderboard. I don't see him anywhere, but I'm sure that's just oversight by me. Buck,
he would be done after today anyway.
Right. Yeah, he'd be in the mix today. That's usually a good bet for first-round leader if your cousin's into those things. But I don't know.
Somebody asked, didn't you sleep for 16 hours at one time? Sounds like fish camp to me. Sounds like sleep camp. I went to sleep camp and slept for 12 hours.
Dude, I would sleep 16 hours every day my sophomore year of college.
Come on.
I'd sleep like 16 hours a day. I would drink and smoke and party for the other 8 hours a day.
Wow.
I didn't really go to class, so I wasn't doing that. And I was living at a fraternity house, so I wasn't being healthy. And like I would stay up super late at night when everyone else would go to class and do normal people things. That's when I would just sleep all day. And then one year in college, I lived at a place with no window. It's just pitch black in there at all times.
Oh, now you're talking right there.
Impossible to get out of bed. Impossible to get out of bed. You
It sounds
can't
like
blame me for that.
the cell block dormitory at Boston College where I was, surrounded by cement blocks. No window, no nothing.
I loved it. I hated leaving that place. Most people were like, how could you do that? How could you live in a place with no window? Isn't that depressing? I was like, no, I didn't have to leave bed. And you know what I always say, Buck? Nothing bad happens when you don't leave the bed.
That's right. You can't get any problem, no trouble.
No troubles in the bed. All right. Wrap up, kids. The troops are in trouble, Buck.
Yeah, what is going on? What?
Wag said he just woke up, so he'll be on in a moment, by the way. The troops are in trouble. I'm not talking about like the Wag's troops. I'm talking about the real troops here. I'm talking about the Girl Scouts. They're being sued.
What have they done with the money?
It ain't about the money. It's about the cookies.
Oh, no.
A New York woman.
With the money from the cookies.
Well, I'm sure this is part of the reason why this lady is suing, because she's trying to get some of the money that the Scouts have gotten from those cookies. A New York woman has filed a lawsuit against Girl Scouts of the USA, claiming that they are selling cookies contaminated with heavy metals.
Oh, no.
The plaintiff, named Amy Mayo, Will Levis's ex, I think, filed a class action complaint on Monday asking for $5 million from the Girl Scouts and their cookie manufacturers. In the suit, Mayo claims that Girl Scouts, quote, produce and distribute products which are contaminated with dangerous heavy metals, including aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, lead, mercury, and pesticides.
Holy shit, they got all the good ones in there.
End quotes. The suit continues, pointing to extensive testing conducted in 2024 that claimed that 100% of the products contain at least 4 out of 5 heavy metals and other extremely problematic results. The cookies came from California, Iowa, and Louisiana to ensure the validity of the testing and to mitigate for confounding variables, and the results were the same. So they got cookies from 3 different states all over the country, and they tested them, at least according to the lawsuit, just to make sure that it wasn't just like one batch of cookies being sold in one place that were bad. They apparently all 3 of those states, California, Iowa, and Louisiana, were all contaminated.
You said Louisiana, I thought maybe they peed in the cookies.
You got pesticides in your piss, Scouts?
I'm a Girl Scout supporter. I'll go by, and I've got to the point where, I don't take the cookies. I'll actually give them a couple bucks and say, send them. Now I can't tell them to send them to the troops because they can't be sending metals and pesticides to our troops. They got enough problems going on where they are.
The Girl Scouts released a statement saying that they are safe. The cookies are safe to consume and they are manufactured in accordance with all food safety regulations.
Whatever the hell that means.
I said the metals are not added to our Girl Scout cookies. By the way, you ask about the money. You wonder why Amy Mayo is doing this. The Girl Scouts make more than $1 billion on cookies annually.
Did you say make?
They sell $1 billion of cookies. A little bit of a difference. Yeah. But they're making 9 figures on those. And how else do the Girl Scouts make money? Do they isn't that supposed to be a non-profit organization?
Yeah, well, I know the little Cub Scouts aren't making enough on their popcorn that they sell because I don't do the popcorn.
That popcorn is ass. I mean, I had to sell that way back in the day when
Don't they need enough? What happened to the little candy bars with the little almonds in the middle of them?
That's like the high school. Those are the bands that sell those.
Oh, the bands only get to use the almonds, the chocolate bars.
I think that was
nobody can just do that.
Bands, orchestras, choirs, like those. They get to sell that very average chocolate at $3 a bar.
I think I did that for the choir. think I did that for my middle school choir, was the chocolate bars. And back there, hey, by the way, back then, it was the late 60s, and they were like 50 cents a bar then. The equivalent to the $6 the Girl Scouts are getting now for a box of them cookies. Those lead-filled cookies are theirs.
Yeah, you're literally paying $4 to $5 for pesticides and lead.
No,
way to
allegedly.
Go. Man, I've been a huge supporter of the troops for a long time, but now I'm not sure I can support them anymore.
Oh, you can do it.
No, of course I can do it. I'm still going to buy like 10 boxes of this shit.
And eat every bit of it.
And eat every single one, of course, because I'm an American, man.
Favorite. So I've been away. You know, as long as they got those little minty cookies, I'm still hanging in there, I guess.
I was going to ask, the Thin Mints are your favorite Girl Scout cookies?
There was one that had chocolate on one side and vanilla on the other side. They got rid of those like a year and a half ago. She said, we don't make those anymore. Hard to keep the lead in there.
Oh, that's why we couldn't disguise the lead in the cookies? Because like half the cookie was white, so you could maybe see through it?
I would eat I'm going to tell you, I would tear those up. I would get a box of those at because the Girl Scouts were everywhere. They were at Tractor Supply. They were on every corner. You know, the only place they don't get to go is Starbucks. Starbucks doesn't share their money with the Girl Scouts. They don't play that game. But they're in the grocery stores. And before I even got home, I'd eat the whole box. They'd be gone. Might as well get some milk while I'm in HEB and drink the milk and have the cookies. There's Wags. I got to get going, boys. Thank you, Wags.
All right.
You okay? You okay, Wags? Look at
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing messages. Sorry, guys. I'm real late today.
No, you're not. You're not real late, but I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have somebody stick their hand in my mouth. And that's it. Just their hand.
Dr. Jellyfinger.
No, not.
Dr. Jellyfinger is going to go from rear end to mouth. He's going from hole to hole on the buck.
Love it. Gotta love it.
This morning. Thanks for jumping on a few minutes early.
Absolutely, my brother.
Sorry for the early morning text.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was up till about 4 a.m. last night assembling a desk.
4 a.m.?
Yeah. So we didn't get started till about like 10 because I tried to keep it on the hush hush, right? So the missus didn't see me assembling it. But...
Oh, you bought this desk without her permission?
No. I had permission.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't have permission to build it. You had permission to buy it, but she wanted you to keep it in the box?
I don't know if she actually knows that I bought it or not.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, so she said like a month ago, like, yeah, you want a desk.
When we had somebody looking at the house the other day, like to do some work around here for the ceiling, I said, well, we're doing this too. We're doing this too. I was like, well, what about the desk? And then she turns and she's to the guy and she's just like, I'm pretty sure you already ordered the desk. So I was just like, well, I definitely ordered the desk now. You know what I mean? So
that's nice. Yeah. Oh, so you're in. You're fine. No problem. She basically gave you the approval to get that desk.
That's how I saw it too, right?
But does she know? Does she know about the desk? Has she seen it this morning?
I don't think she's seen it yet. So that's why I did it so late last night. And I'm sure she heard like the clanking and shit. But it's a sit to stand desk. It's completely automated. Well, it's got 3 preset features, right? And then you can customize it whichever setting you want. It's pretty badass. Like most people buy a car with their midlife crisis. I bought a desk, right? And Troy's listening. I'm probably going to buy a drone too. Like she's going to get that will forge the divorce papers.
Those aren't the same. Those aren't the same level though, right? I mean, you don't have to say like, what you spent on the desk, but it ain't
not the same tier.
Yeah,
right?
It ain't approaching car level or anything like that, right?
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I've never had a standing desk, so maybe I shouldn't say that I'm not a standing desk guy, but I don't see the appeal of the standing desk. Like if I'm working, not that this is really hard work, but like I want to sit down. I'm just more comfortable when I'm seated. And then, I don't know, maybe if you're at a desk all day, like doing a 9 to 5, you want to stand at times. But like, I don't get it, man. I'm a sit desk guy. I don't think that's ever going to change.
Let's try it. There we go. We just did we're in action here.
We're losing. There we go. Oh, you already have it set up. The studio's already set up with it. I figured it was in a different room.
We got the Pat McAfee special set up right now, boys.
All you need is a couple of gold chains and a wife beater, and you're set.
So here we go, right? We're gonna get the play. You got P Money out here. He's got his hand so far up the guy's ass he can't figure out shit. Anyways, right? Here we go.
I just got to start yelling. I got to start repeating what you say. Isn't that what all of his cronies do? They just yell words really loud.
Yeah, they got guys in the back just kind of working. All the producers, right? All the producers.
So that's it. So you're standing up now.
This is all right. Yeah, this brings, and that's what I thought. Maybe bring the energy level. Bring for. I don't know. We're trying it out. We're gonna see how it goes. But I don't know if I can do this for 8 hours a day.
No, I like it though. Like it's a good change, and I feel like on camera we get to see more of you now versus when you were sitting down. So I guess everyone could see like your chest. I know you've been working out and popping roids over the last few years. So
I'm trying to get a little healthy.
It's paying off right there, man.
Do some maybe get up here do a couple of sets while we're working out.
I like that. So I know you and Smash are going to talk about this during your show, but. I want to get your thoughts on Texas basketball, man. A season-saving win yesterday over Vanderbilt. Now, in the words of Kobe Bryant, job's not finished. They've got more work to do, but if they lost yesterday, the season would be over. So, Wags, they live to die another day.
It's funny how one person can make a basketball roster, right? Or not. Let me walk that back. It's funny how one person can be the piston, the prime piston for the engine that's needed for it to actually roll, right? And that piston is Kendall Weaver. It's just a different dynamic when he's on the floor. He's getting offensive rebounds from the guard position. He's just being a damn havoc or a nuisance, being a pest in terms of just being a defense all over the floor, reads angles, gets off ball steals. I mean, the dude's just, he's everywhere, and he creates tempo too. And honestly, he kind of set the tone for the rest of the defense last night for the Longhorns. The Longhorns didn't come out shooting, lights out of the gym last night. Their defense was what actually got them in position for transition points, man. And they dominated in the paint.
They did.
If the Longhorns continue to play like this, then hell, maybe Kendall Weaver saved Rodney Terry's job. I don't know, BK, but it is a tournament team with Kendall Weaver there.
Yeah,
right?
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because you look at the box score. Kendall Weaver had 0 points on 0 of 2 shooting, but he was very impactful yesterday. Only played 18 minutes, but he had 6 rebounds, had a couple assists, had a steal, had a block. He was playing great defense. He was hustling for loose balls. Like, you're right. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Texas wins the SEC if they've got Kendall Weaver. But I think the Longhorns probably win 1 or 2 more games in the regular season if Kendall Weaver was 100% healthy. Now, other teams deal with injuries too.
Conference games.
Yeah, other teams deal with injuries too. You got to overcome it. Texas should have still been better than they were, but Kendall Weaver's an important cog. And he gave you nothing against Oklahoma on Saturday. He looked lost, and it's understandable because he had missed the previous 15 games. Yeah. So I wasn't sure what we were going to get out of him in this SEC tournament. I wasn't sure he was going to play at all in the SEC tournament. But he got out there for 18 minutes. Again, great defense, great rebounding. He kind of set the tone. And, yeah, he's that Energizer Bunny. I mean, we saw it last March in the conference tournament, in the NCAA tournament. Like, Kendall Weaver was huge for Texas down the stretch. And he was big. Again, off the bench, only 18 minutes, 0 points. But it was about as impactful as a 0-point game as you could possibly have. So you get a little more of that today, and maybe you've got a chance to pull off another upset.
What are you thinking that the Aggies bring? I mean, you got to figure that they're going to come. I mean, they've been hot the past couple of games too, right? And this is a legit SEC team. So we split. Did a pair. Is it is it going to be the rubber match here going to Texas A&M? I'd love for the Longhorns to get past this. I guess my question that I'm trying to pose to you here: if they get past A&M, is it enough?
Enough for what?
To get into the tournament, not to save Terry's job, RT's job, but is it enough to get them dancing?
I think so. Now, Joe Lenardi, who's only one bracketologist in a world full of them, was asked that very question last night. And he's like, well, it kind of depends on what happens around the country.
So they need help?
Yeah, like, I don't think they'll need help. Well, it depends on your definition of needing help. They'll need no bid stealers. That's what they'll need. Like last year, there were 5 or 6 bid stealers. If that happens this year, that's a problem. Usually you get like 2, maybe 3 at the most. If that's the case, then I think Texas might be all right. If you get an inordinate amount of bid stealers this year, then the Longhorns could be in trouble. But to me, I think they're okay if they get this win today. The problem, there's good news and bad news here. Start with the good news. The good news is Ohio State lost yesterday.
Right.
Ohio State's another bubble team. They lost in the first round of the Big Ten tournament. Now, Ohio State did beat Texas, first game of the year, back in Vegas. So maybe that gives them the nod over Texas if those are like the final 2 teams that the committee is deciding between. But the good news is Ohio State, in a very important game for them, they lost. So maybe that knocks them down a few pegs. Bad news for Texas, though, you got North Carolina to deal with. And North Carolina's resume is not as good as Texas's. They've got 1 quadrant 1 win.
He's down 2, right? So
yeah, one quadrant 1 win because the ACC so bad, and every good ACC team Carolina played, they lost to. So Texas has 6 of those, by the way. If they win today, they'll have 7.
Yeah.
Like that to me should get Texas in over North Carolina, but you worry about the brand. Like Joe Lenardi has Carolina ahead of Texas right now. I don't know if everybody does, but somebody does. And Indiana's also out there too. They don't quite have the same brand power as Carolina, but we're still talking about a blue blood program that the committee and the NCAA, by the way, they rely on this tournament to make most of their money every year. So they would like to see big basketball brands like Carolina and Indiana in the tournament. Of course, they'd like Texas too. They'd like all 3, but they'd rather those 2 over Texas. In football, it's no brainer. Texas is getting in over those 2 schools. In this sport, you got to worry about that. So you need to be rooting against Carolina and Indiana today in their respective tournaments if you would like to see Texas get in. Now you muted yourself, Wags. I was talking too long. There you go.
Like Trey Johnson entice tournament selectors because they want to see, a young freshman or a talented hoop getter or just an actual bucket, an automatic bucket in the tournament?
It should. And that's a great question. Like the answer to that is supposed to be no. It's supposed to be no, right? You're not supposed to look at things.
But that
like
also sells.
But like, dude, I mean, the country, we've been through a lot as a country, haven't we?
We need Trey Johnson to heal us.
Doesn't the country deserve the opportunity to watch a player as good as Trey Johnson, who's got that ability to just put a team on his back and will Texas to a victory? Don't we deserve as a nation to get to see that happen? Like, come on, man. I would love to see it because Trey Johnson, he's that good where, yeah, he could make some noise and help Texas pull off an upset in the dance. Because if Texas does get in, they'll be an 11 seed, more than likely. So they'll be playing, a 6 seed, a higher seeded team, and they'll be an underdog in that first round game. Trey Johnson's good enough to win a game, maybe even 2 games in the tournament. So, yeah, I'd like to see it. I'm biased, of course, but I think a lot of the country would like to see it as well because you want to see star power. You want to see big brands, but you also want to see great players at this time of the year. Trey Johnson, without a doubt, is a great player. So could that be enough to sway the committee's mind and put Texas in? I don't know. None of it matters if they don't win today.
Correct.
Like I'm not going to be arguing for Texas to get in. Now, if it's Texas versus Carolina and Carolina gets in on Sunday and Texas is out, then I'll be a little pissed. But if Texas loses today, then I'm not going to have too many gripes with them not making it. We knew what they needed to do in Nashville, and that's because they lost to OU. If they beat OU on Saturday, then I think they'd be okay right now. But because they lost that regular season finale, I think everybody kind of told them, like, hey, you got to have 2 in Nashville. And they've got 1. They're halfway there. They've got to get this one today against a very good Texas A&M team.
Did you watch Oklahoma, Georgia? I'm sure you did. Your thoughts on Fears last night?
He's a great player, man. He's a great player. He's a warrior. God, that's a guy you'd love to have on your team.
Right.
Just watching the point guard play Texas hasn't had this season. Like to have that dude. I mean, him and Trey Johnson together would be interesting to see how that would work. But he's a baller. He's a warrior. And Oklahoma was down in that game with about 6 minutes left, and he kind of put the team on his back. Really, it was a total team effort. The Sooners were like, "Oh shit, we got to figure this out. Otherwise, our season is done tonight."
Right.
They found a way to get it done. So yeah, big win for both teams. Dude, desperation. I'm telling you, it is the strongest drug that there is.
One hell of a motivator, right?
If you are desperate to do anything in this life, you're going to act crazy to make it happen. And Texas was more desperate than Vanderbilt yesterday. OU was more desperate than Georgia yesterday. Now, obviously, like, you need talent too. So maybe OU loses today and Texas loses today because they're playing better teams. But in those situations, man, I like to bet on the more desperate team. It's why they say, the last out is the hardest out to get in baseball.
Sure. Yeah.
That's why they say game 4 is the hardest game to win in a postseason series. Like, desperation's a hell of a drug, man.
The 2-goal lead is the hardest lead to hold.
Yeah, desperate teams. All right, before we bring Smash on, I'm going to give a few more sponsor shout-outs here on behalf of the morning show.
I'm going to go off real quick to use the bathroom real quick. Is that all right?
Do it.
Sorry about that, boy.
Go ahead. No, you're good, brother. You are good. Shout out to our friends at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. I'm mad we didn't talk about them earlier because they've got some new jelly cats available at Sue Patrick. We'll have to show the buck what they look like during tomorrow's program. But shout out to Sue Patrick. They've got the best selection of Texas Longhorn gear you can find. This shirt that I'm rocking with the Longhorn logo and the SEC sleeve patch, got it at Sue Patrick. If you need to upgrade your Texas gear, you could do that. You could shop online as well, SuePatrick.com, or head over to their store. They've got tons of free parking, 5222 Burnett Road, Texas gear, jelly cats, tons of great women's clothing and gift options as well. Go out and see them. And also shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home, hey, our guy Rodney is working with McCall Custom Homes right now, getting his master bathroom redone. They can do that for your place. If it's a kitchen remodel, a bathroom remodel, maybe a patio remodel, it doesn't matter. McCall Custom Homes has been remodeling homes in Central Texas for 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn your Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their hundreds of 5-star reviews online. You can go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades. Get some ideas for your place and then reach out to them either on that website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or 512-633-9580. That's Mike's cell number. Mike McCall, that's his number. You can call him. You can text him. He will get back to you, and he will take care of you. And last but not least, Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave. They got the best selection of vehicles you can find anywhere in the city, plus great people, Dan, Stacy, Mike, Jerome, the whole team out there. They're going to treat you like family the way they've treated us like family. And, of course, the prices. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, we've got Wags. We've got Smash, who's in for Double R today. Wags, I've already talked to you. Smash, how are you this morning, brother?
I'm doing great, man. I was listening to you guys before I got put on here, and thanks again for having me today. But wow, I couldn't agree with you more. You pretty much nailed it all on the head already about this afternoon and what it's going to mean for the Longhorns' chances to get in. I mean, but luckily they got those SEC letters attached to them because that's definitely going to be helping out this season.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I mean, for years it was the Big 12. You'd get the Big 12
teams?
bump.
Is that what we're looking at, 14?
Basically, man. I mean, it's basically the whole SEC is going to get to play in the
all but
NCAA
two.
tournament.
I'm pretty sure all but two, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
LSU
and South Carolina are out for sure. I think there are guaranteed 13 in. Texas is number 14. So if Texas wins today and they creep in there, that would be 14 out of 6. The record's 11, boys.
11?
The record is 11 for one conference in 1 year. I mean, the SEC for sure is going to break that, but they could basically make that an unbreakable record if Texas finds their way in.
Is that another storyline, too, that gets Texas in or gives Texas a little bit of a nod?
Yeah, I think it's a good point.
Maybe not a narrative, but are people pulling for the SEC in basketball like they usually do in football?
Could be. I mean, like if Texas was 6-12 in the Big 10 or the Big 12 or the ACC, then they're nowhere close to the bubble. But because, like, I don't know if we've ever seen a 6-12 team get in, but because this SEC smash is historically good, we might see it.
But you also brought up what I was scared about too, is the fact that, hey, North Carolina's hanging around on the bubble, and because they're like the legacy blue blood, and they probably would draw, I hate to say it, more national attention if they were, selected. Money talks.
Would they this year though? Would North Carolina draw more?
Even when they're bad, they're just like the Dallas Cowboys, man. It's like you can be awful, but as long as you make the playoffs, people are going to tune in because they love talking about it. And you might get that matchup against Duke somewhere down the line. Never know.
Yeah, that would have to be in like a national championship, which that ain't going to happen for Carolina this year.
But we've seen Cinderellas before, and Cinderellas have cost me a lot of money in the past. And they probably would cost me money this year, too.
Shoot. Last year was NC State. It'd be pretty weird and ironic if another team from the state of North Carolina was that lower-seeded team that made some miracle run. It's hard to say miracle run in North Carolina in the same sentence because we know what they are. But, yeah, if they do sneak in, I mean, they'll be a play-in team. They'll have to start in Dayton if they do make the tournament. And, maybe they make some magic happen. Who knows? But they're not good. They're not a good basketball team. Again, 1 quadrant 1 win this year. I will be pretty livid. I haven't been arguing much for Texas to make the tournament because I've watched this team every game this year. They don't look like a tournament team to me. But I will be pretty pissed on Monday if the bracket comes out on Sunday and UNC is in and Texas is not.
Sure. And that's the real fear here. Like, if they didn't get win today and it wasn't UNC, if I was a Texas fan, I wouldn't be too concerned. But the fact is that they have to win today. Yep. They got to beat little brother. And, as a guy that went to Texas A&M in the past, I'm hoping that UT wins today. I love it when all the Aggie expectations get spoiled. It just makes me feel good inside.
Well, that's been happening a lot, right? All the expectations have been getting spoiled.
I'm a total 2%er, so it's like I already done my part, and it's just all like it's like the Dallas Cowboy fan base, man. Things are never going to change. They think they're the best. They think like every year is going to be the winning national championship year, and they just don't understand. It's like a culture thing. They can never change it. And the day that they figure that out, with all the money that they have, then they'll be truly dangerous. But that day isn't coming soon.
I get it. It's been a while for the Cowboys, but at least the Cowboys have something they can hang their hat on. I don't know if Texas A&M does. Well, they're really good at judging other men's meat. They have won some meat judging national championships, so they are good at that. But outside of that, not a whole lot for the Aggies to brag about.
Those future meat inspectors are the ones that are going to be, hopefully inspecting my meat. That means it's
meat
nice
gazers,
clean,
the meat gazers.
Meat gazers?
The meat gazers.
They're staring at your meat.
They call that the glizzies?
Yeah. No, glizzy is
I'm just joking,
hot dog, bro. Like a meat gazer, though, is somebody that actually sits like during the urinals or whatever, is the guy that sits there and says, "Hey, nice watch."
Nice watch. Nice watch over there, guy.
Nice watch. Hey, real quick before BK gets out of here, the team that's going to be NC State next year or last year, that's this year, is going to be Oklahoma.
Really?
Because they have a player, and ESPN mentioned this like 3 or 4 times last night. It's going to be Oklahoma because they have a player that's practicing Ramadan right now.
That's key. There are a few Ramadan celebrators out there right now, and that's incredible because you got to fast during the day, right?
Outrageous.
So OU got lucky here because they didn't play until late at night. So I assume that player got to eat and drink before.
Or got some water, right? At least got some water.
Yeah, I saw there was a player for Cal the other day in the, what conference is Cal in now? ACC? They're ACC, right?
There's no way.
I think they are.
You're correct. You're correct. ACC.
No way.
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah. And they played played like a day game, and they literally had a player who couldn't eat or drink during the game. And it's like that's impressive. I mean, it's all impressive right there. But
man, well, like Akeem used to do this on the regular. Olajuwon back in the day. It's just all like, oh wow, it's like, hey, he's having like a double, triple doubles. It hasn't even had anything to drink or eat since the sun's risen.
I don't get that. Like I fast for 1 day of the year for Yom Kippur, and I'm dead. I'm dead at the end.
Or I'm just, I don't know. You could be in a pissed off mood, right? Like just so angry and and just pissed off that you don't have any food, that just go out and wreck people?
Kind of like a boxer when they're cutting weight. Yeah.
My
But, I
wife
mean,
is a completely different woman when she does not have any food in her body.
That's most women, I've learned.
Truth.
I think we've all been hangry before once in our life.
Hangry?
thing.
Go on, man. Get on out of here, man. You did enough, man.
That's a Snickers commercial right there. They don't pay us yet, so we won't give them any more love. All right, guys. Thanks for coming on, Early Wags. Thanks for coming on, Smash. I'll be listening. See y'all tomorrow.
Thank you, BK.
There he goes, and here we are, man. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered here. Myself and my partner in crime, Justin the Smash Simmons, in for Ronnie / Rodney Rodriguez today. Smash, I don't know if you've heard that joke before, but he is now deemed Ronnie Rodriguez instead of Rodney Rodriguez.
Why?
It's a long story. We'll fill you in just a little bit here. But yeah, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to break down. Still putting the bow on the NFL free agency. We'll have Smash's comments and his thoughts on that as we turn over into the SEC championship and what we preview for little brother versus big brother in the family dispute today. Smash, if you are, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention, follow us on our socials. Make sure you like the video, subscribe, and like the video if you haven't done so already, so you can get in that smash that subscribe button and get in the chat channel here. And also hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, brand X. And then my partner in crime right now for today is on Twitter. He's on InstaFace. He's all over the place at Justin the Smash Simmons. He has branded himself properly. He's the greatest at doing it. Myself, I'm kind of all over the place and spread out on social media. Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, and then the Wagner Wire on Facebook and InstaFace. So Smash goods. Oh, yeah. And if you're out and about, if you're mobile, hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. Did I get everything? I'm pretty sure I got it.
Did. I was just making sure that you got the whole thing, Phil. Hey, man, I remember how it works, so totally understand. How's it going, man? Good to see you. The hair's looking slick, man. Got a little part going.
Yeah, so I actually just shaved too, right? Like I had a, I don't know if I had it like a massive,
had a beard,
crazy ass, damn beard, but I had a nice, but I could do stuff with it. You know what I mean? I could
like, I
move it
could
around.
do stuff with
But my
it,
wife
yeah.
went to go kiss me the other day, and she's like, "This has got to go." I'm like, all right. Or, you know what I mean? I was having fun with it, growing it out just to see, where it all could go. I was actually I was able to comb it. I wasn't going to braid it or anything like that. I just
I wasn't going to braid it.
I was hoping to pop into a bar. I don't leave my house, so I don't know how this was going to happen. But my thought process was, go out, grow yourself, get a little rugged, grow yourself a nice little beard, and then, pop into a bar somewhere, and maybe Taylor Sheridan will see you and say, "Hey, man, I could use you in one of my films, dude." Or one of my theories.
It's South by Southwest.
Hey, man, I'm your guy. You want me to read for you, Taylor? I'll come in right now.
Dude,
and then
I bet you could have
pulled
pulled it off.
That dream to bed.
No, I think you would have been able to pull it off. That's just it. And with South by Southwest in town, I think maybe
that's where I was going for. And she's just like, "You got to trim this up."
Come on.
Go. But she let me keep. She let me keep the. Actually, I say she let me keep the top. She told me that I need to get the haircut today, so I'm not cutting the top off. I'm just trimming a little bit around the. Yeah, I'm gonna get a regular haircut, I guess. You know what I mean? I was trying to grow it out a little bit and make some things happen. I'm you know what? I'm going through a midlife crisis, dude. I'm getting myself back in shape. You know what I mean? I let myself go for a couple of years, and now I'm getting myself back in shape.
Dude, I was like, it's all good, man. You're preaching to the choir. I think I'm still in the middle of one, and I think it's been like 8 years, just trying to achieve new things.
Wait, you've been in a midlife crisis for 8 years?
I feel like I have sometimes, man. It's just like, it's just one of those things where it's all like, I hope not necessarily that I peak early or anything like that, but when you had a chance and you kind of hit a few things, and it's just like, I kind of feel like I'm in the WWE under Vince McMahon, like the glass ceiling is right there, and I just haven't figured out a way to break through with it. I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter what I use. If this was a steel cage match, if life was a steel cage match, you are at the top, about to reach over and climb down, because you're making some moves, bro. I've seen you out there, man. I see you, surfing the damn the comm scenes. oh, well, yeah, but it's just like, oh, I just feel like I'm always just throwing stuff at the wall. One of them is going to stick eventually. But I mean, this past weekend,
life though, bro, right? Like that's
basically, yeah, like a mercenary, just kind of go and buy the contract, little loyalties, like when you make like your friendships along the way. But mostly it's like, I'm doing gigs for the cash. That's just how it goes. But, that led to me seeing a 460-pound guy get knocked out. In the first round this past weekend.
I was gonna say, I saw you tweet about that. What was that shit like?
Dude, it was like one of the most surreal things I've ever seen. And I have a ringside seat for all this because, I'm working the matches, but it's just all like.
Are you Joe Rogan in this thing? Are you doing the
no,
are you being all stupid and shit with it?
I'm Bruce buffering the thing because that's the role that I'm working.
You're the MC.
So it's like so it's just like, oh, once I'm done talking, I could just chill. I'm at the show.
I know what you're doing.
I need to share
You're doing
you guys
what my other partner in crime, Ronnie, does. You sit up there and you're probably scoping out all the ladies and trying to get numbers and working on your next move.
Try to get numbers. Well, I was going to say.
Oh, my bad, Casanova.
Well, I mean, it's kind of unfair. I mean, it's an unfair advantage when like they put the ring girls next to you. Like for everything, promo shots, all that other stuff.
Dude, I was gonna say you've been tearing it up. I've seen the tour. I've seen the pics that you're flashing out here, and I'm like, my man, if you're not,
it's because those are the ones that do the best.
If you're not coming away with at least some probables, we got to have a serious conversation.
I mean, like you said, midlife crisis. So my game isn't bad though. That's still pretty strong. But everything else, we're still asking questions, man. So I understand. It's like, okay, you're gonna go. That's like, I was trying to tell the people that are listening right now, and again, good morning to all of y'all. But this is the longest I've seen Wags' hair, and I mean, I've known him for almost a decade now, and like, yeah, that like is extremely long for him.
On the top, for those of you that can't see it, I'm
like
actually holding my hair up right now. So,
dude, that's crazy. That's like a legit.
So it's and then on the back, I don't know if you can see the back. Dude, the back. As I turn away from the
yeah,
the
dude,
mic,
I was like,
the back is pretty long too. So
job,
the back and the sides are what is getting cut today. So
is it bothering you though more so than your wife? Like how when people start having I haven't worn my hair short in a long time.
Like when I'm finding myself, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm finding myself having to do this a lot.
Okay, so like it's kind of irritating you now, where it's to a point where it's growing that you're like, okay, it feels uncomfortable.
Right. I don't think it necessarily feels uncomfortable. I don't like the hair feeling on the back of my neck. You know what I mean? That's kind of weird.
Is it past the collar?
This is the longest my hair has been.
Is it touching like the collar when you're wearing the collar?
No, it's not down to the collar yet, but it's getting there. Like it's I don't know. And when I wake up in the morning, I have to comb it. I have to do something to it. So instead of usually just running my fingers through it and kind of spiking stuff up, and there's a lot of maintenance. There's a lot more stuff that needs to be done.
Did you blow dry, or was it just all towel wash?
It's towel wash.
Okay.
And then comb. I don't air dry yet. You know what I mean? It's thin enough, I would think, to where I don't need the air dry to just kind of it'll dry on its own.
That's what I like to say too.
That's kind of where I was going with this, right? Like this was the entire experiment. My hair was thinning. I was using terrible products, stuff that contained plastic in it. So I reached out to another company, Johnny Slicks, used their products, and it's oil based. It's an oil based shampoo, one that I've never actually used before. And I just wanted to see if I could strengthen my hair and kind of rejuvenate it, right? And from what I've seen over the past month and a half, it's worse. It's worked. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. I can't tell you if it's actually rejuvenating my hair, but I do know this: my hair's not falling out. Like I used to take the towel and shake and not that I would have like a towel full of hair when I would go to dry off my hair, but there would be some hair in the towel sometimes, and it would freak me out. And I'd be like,
"Oh, dude, for sure, it would freak me out, dude."
What the hell's going on here? Like, I'm only 40 or 44. I'm shaving a couple of years off. I'm only 44. I shouldn't be losing my hair. And
hey, it's just a number, man.
There's no history of hair loss in my family, right? So I'm just like, there's clearly something's going on. I'm not using the right products. So got myself with the right products here and just starting to strengthen the hair follicles. And look, I mean, dude, the hairline's back, amigo. The hairline is absolutely back.
Oh,
it is
dude,
I mean,
I know we're not in Minnesota, but the state hockey championships are going on, and you got some nice flow going, some good lettuce up there now. Definitely it's going to have to be
good
styled.
Mike, so we got you. So Mike actually changed his name to Lee Castle.
Okay, I was wondering what's going on. Lee
so
Castle
look, so here's what we've done.
Morning, Rob.
We've taken a lot of the, a lot of the locals here, or a lot of the patrons that actually come to this bar every day. They've changed their name. We've gone with a lot of incognito names, or porn names, if you will, and of course, how you generate that porn name is you take you take your middle name and the street that you grew up on. So Lee Castle Rock, Michael C is Lee Castle Rock. So
does the next? I don't have kids, Wags, but I have to know. Does the next generation play this game? Because I kind of feel like it's been lost.
Conversation that I do not have with my son.
No, understandable, but it's just like one of these things where it's all like when you mentioned like how do you acquire this name, it's just all like, oh, of course, this has been passed on for eons and eons.
How was the porn name like? Where did the?
I'm pretty sure it was.
Where
from a movie.
did the rubric, or I guess would it be considered rubric?
Rubric, like for the moniker?
No, I guess to score, the name, or how to generate the porn name. Like, where did that origin come up? Who made that rule? Who made that preamble?
That came up with the non-government name to utilize. Well, I mean, real actors have been doing this before also. So I guess
but I mean, how did it come up with the middle? How did it end up being the middle name in the street that you grew up?
Oh, okay. I think that just came from a joke from a movie, though, and I think everybody just thought it was so funny that they kind of just ran with it. And that's kind of been like common law ever since, where it's just like, oh, of course. That's how else would you come up with a porn name? It's your middle name and the street that you grew up on. And if you can't remember the,
I always thought that you could make one up, or maybe it was like something in the alphabet where it had dual number, like a Mickey McSurley, or something. I don't know why Mickey McSurley just came off the. I've never used that name before.
Well, we're not going to be looking that up anytime soon and seeing Wags' photo appear in any,
that is not
compromising positions.
That is not my alias. I promise. That did kind of just roll, like Mickey McSurley.
That just rolled off the tongue, though, man.
Or a Tommy Thompson, or something.
A Peter Parker,
like that.
Right? Is that what you're getting at? Like a Peter
Ricky
Parker?
Rockhard. You know what I mean? Like, if it starts with an R, it ends with an R.
Got you. Kind of like Ricky Rackman. Gotcha.
Rodney Rodriguez. You know what I mean?
That can't be a real name, right? Definitely not his real name.
Yeah, that's a stage name, right? It's definitely, he's completely all-American too. There's no Mexican lineage. So the Rodriguez he gave just because he was down in these parts of Texas. He wanted
the double R thing, and I can't hate. That's a great stage name,
We are all over the place on Chaos Theory here. Let's get into some sports here, man. Let's recap first the SEC tourney yesterday, or do you want to give your thoughts on NFL real quick?
No, let's go. Let's talk about this SEC. I think there's more in stake, obviously, for what's going on in the city today, because the whole UT versus A&M meeting, since it's already a conference thing, it hasn't taken any of the luster off of this meeting at all. And there's so much on the line for UT. And I kind of feel like they got the players to do this if they can kind of just find a way to be cohesive and really just hit on everything today. That's the main thing.
Does that cohesiveness involve Kendall Weaver? Because I mean, I don't know if you heard me and BK kind of break this down a little bit before you came on, but you can go back to the box score. Like BK hit on this. Weaver didn't really, move the needle or shoot the lights out last night, but I thought that he was the key cog, or maybe the missing piston of the engine that wasn't allowing the Longhorns to kind of get into overdrive, or get into high gear, if you will. He doesn't really make that much of an impact offensively, but he gives you extra possessions with his offensive rebounding capabilities, coming from the guard position and crashing the paint that way, allowing for second chance points, like I already said. But then also, turning up the tempo. Like if you had a tempo score, Weaver would be at the top of it, right? Or he would be leading in tempo points generated. Because usually off of those tempo point or off of that tempo came the points last night. The defense for the Longhorns was incredible yesterday. I should say last night. Now, if you ask me,
right?
I still think we tried to live and die too much on the 3. I would love to see them be more aggressive, but I mean, hell, you can't sit there and fault their aggressiveness yesterday. They got to the line more than I've seen them get to the line in the past 3 or 4 contests. So Smash, that's what continues to need to be done here. That was redundant. That's what has to continue to be done. If they want to have a chance at making this tournament, they have to beat Texas A&M today. A lot of people think they might have done enough to squeak in, but I'm with everybody else. I think they're the last 4 to or the first team out, I would say. Look, you beat Little Brother and you're in, right?
That's all it takes.
You have another quad 1 win and you're in. I would like to think.
All you need is this win against a highly ranked Texas A&M team that's had a lot of success this year. You win tonight, you're automatically in.
Of course, you show up like you did against Vandy, and that is highly probable, I would think, right? But again, you gotta create that motivation. You gotta create that momentum there, and that happened with Kendall Weaver the other night. Or last night with
I'm glad to see it. That's kind of expected.
Only second game back too, so
yeah. But
again, I don't need him. I don't need him to go out and get 15 points, but be able to read. Getting off ball steals is fantastic. Reading angles. I'm not trying to beat up on the guy, but it's just something that Julian Larry hasn't provided. All right, and what else? Let me go to the stat line because I'm pretty sure I didn't see this. I just want to make sure that this is correct before I pull this up. But I'm pretty sure that Kendall Weaver had no turnovers, and he didn't. He didn't. To be fair, Julian Larry only had 1 turnover last night too. So 8 total turnovers combined for the Longhorns, playing clean ball yesterday. If the Longhorns can continue to do that, like we just mentioned, yes, we'll be dancing.
Oh, the thing is, Jay, yes, I'm actually old enough to drink now. I was just saying.
Yeah,
Smash,
it's been
a little while.
Smash does. Smash is actually. Oh, hold on. Let's play a game real quick. Smash, you're a host on a game show. You're a game show host, right?
I'm not going to kiss anybody here.
But play a game, okay? Dun-a-dun, 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 dun-a-dun. In today's game show, we will be guessing the age of one Justin the Smash Simmons. Everybody, get out your notepads. All right, for the I don't even have a prize really, guys. This is just going to be on pride here. We're going to guess the age of one Justin the Smash Simmons. It has been mentioned on this show before, but we will get back to it today with your guesses. Do we have any players, any takers? Ding, 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 ding. I'll give it 5 seconds here. But no, go on, Smash while we let them get it in.
I give it a little bit. It's the first pet. Yeah, and well, I'm trying to talk about sports now, Jay, but yes, barring you can't remember your street name, I think the pet name is the one that kind of makes with the middle name will ultimately be.
What are you talking about? Porn name?
Exactly.
We can always talk about porn names. We usually we jump back between porn talk and football and
Jake, you're closer. Jake happens to be like the closest.
All right, so Patrick has 25. Michael C has 33.
Well, I guess if I'm going by Price is Right rules, Lee
right,
technically
can't go
be
over.
the winner.
You can't go over.
Can't go over.
Jake is over with 67.
But I mean, for everybody, in Jake's defense, everybody looks old, so understandable.
Jay Williams 67. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna actually break this in. I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna say Rob with 40. I was gonna say 41.
No, Rob is correct.
Rob is correct.
I'm
Rob.
41,
Rob, you are the winner on the.
I have to get you a grand prize at some point.
Price is Chaos Theory. Does that work? Probably not.
The cost is correct. The cost is The Cost of Chaos?
The Cost of Chaos is correct. There we go. That was the game show that we just played.
A lot of C's.
The Cost of Chaos is correct here, and Rob is the winner. We would be remiss if we didn't tell you what our contest is sponsored by. Audio Visual Consultations. 512-255-8678 is the number for audio visual consultations. Been setting the standard in audio visual automation for the past 35 years, since 1988. Make sure you go to their website at avconsultations.com and you get to see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years and setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Justin, tell them what they got for you.
Well, for Rob, we have a big congratulations. You did a fantastic job. You should quit whatever you're doing right now in life and join the circus as a carny, as one of those weight guessers and one of those age guessers.
That's bad information. We don't give that advice.
No, I think you have missed your calling if that's not what you're doing in life, because to be able to do that through a screen where there is possible filters on, which I don't use, you can tell with this awful setup, that yes, to be able to nail it just like that, either that or you're like one of those really good resellers online. You know, you probably got like an eBay store or something and you can just eye items where you're just like, yep, that one's a winner. That's a resale one. So, you know.
What are you, e-commerce guru here? Is that what you're calling it? The e-commerce
man, you have no clue. It's because I had to go through a lot of trouble for my last gig to get like the right outfit. The promoters was just all on me about like, well, you know, the ring girls are wearing this color, so I really want you to have like this color. And I'm like, I don't own that.
You gotta blend with that. Like you gotta actually take all that.
So much work goes into it, like behind the scenes, than most people think. And it's like, I guess, you know,
so the pageantry is what we're talking about here.
Yeah. Oh, Wags, I didn't even tell you, man.
You know what? I'm gonna come out for a gig. I gotta see you live in action.
The last one.
What's the party scene like?
The party scene afterward?
Yeah, is there a party like you meet up with some of the staff?
Yeah, usually. I mean,
I'm asking if you meet up with the showgirls. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking if you meet up with the showgirls.
Oh, I mean, like usually there's like an after party most of these gigs, you know, because everybody's having a great time and like all the adrenaline rush. And, you know, is there something about going to a live fight? I mean, like, yeah, you know, you can watch a huge fight on pay-per-view, but there's something about.
Sure, it's the buzz, man.
Yeah, man. There's something, I guess, that animal instinct that all humans still have. That even though we live in a civilized society, there's something about just seeing another guy knock somebody out, you know, while you're having a couple of drinks and eating some food, and everybody's kind of just like chit chatting with everybody, and there's like the rush.
Sure, I mean, I imagine it gets your adrenaline going, right? Like,
yeah, but you know, everybody's just like pumped, and people putting on these shows are pumped, and then because of that, I'm pumped.
Can I give a counterpoint to that?
Yeah.
So I've found myself, and maybe it's just because of the environment, or maybe it's just because of the actual setting at the time. Mm-hmm. But I find myself when altercations break out, I no longer have an urge to want to fight or intervene. Not that I cower or shy away from danger or anything like that. But like if someone were to piss me off at a bar, I'm very liable to let something slide now.
Oh, you should now, man.
Instead of break the fucking bottle and be like, "What, asshole?"
Dude, it's Texas. We just had some guy get shot and murdered on
that too. You know what I mean? Like
recently,
the whole gun thing too. Like that wasn't really a thing when I was growing up. Usually, if you got into a fist fight, you just got your ass kicked. You know,
yeah, man, that's not the case anymore.
That was the worst of it. You weren't going to get shot. So
no, that's not the case. So I was like, yeah, if anybody has like a short temper out there that likes to drive fast, just stay in your car. You know, road rage is road rage. But yeah, man, don't.
But yeah, so I mean, maybe I'm just a little different. So and you know, maybe it's because there's combat that's involved in this element. I'm not sure, but I don't like to see violence unless it's fabricated, or unless I know it's just fake or scripted, right?
Basically,
even like I don't know. I'll say like I'll say I don't mind watching UFC, but honestly, like my intake of MMA has gone down significantly since being in the military, or since being out of the military. I'll say that because when I was in the military, I was watching pay-per-view fights almost every other weekend.
Yeah, but it's also, I think you're kind of entrenched in it because, like, oh, everybody else is going to be
Sure.
watching it. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
that's
be
the
watching
that's
it.
the culture, right? That's the environment. So
Yeah, you probably have always been like a Zen warrior and just never really thought about it like that. But it's just like, yeah, you never.
no,
really
because I
warranted
mean,
that.
actually, I was going
Like,
to
you
say that I
found-
liked to fight when I was in high school, but I didn't really get into that many fights. I stood up for people, I guess, or
Yeah,
I
man, but
got
that's
into
like a-
fight, but I didn't really go around, picking on.
There's always a
you know,
big difference
starting fights.
between wanting to be the bully
Sure.
and fighting for fun, and then there's the difference of
Clearly.
being like a noble warrior and fighting for those that are oppressed and can't defend themselves. you
But
know?
and that's a good point too, because one of my son's friends, he got into prize fighting, or got into a
MMA?
fighting club here, and now he doesn't have to wear headgear anymore, but because he was 17, he had to wear protective gear. But yeah, and it's not that he was coming from a hardship that pushed him to motivate him to be in boxing, or it's not that he was getting picked on or beat up or bullied that got him into boxing. It was the fact that he wanted the discipline, he wanted the self-discipline, and he told, or I think this is what he told his father. I'm paraphrasing here, but he wanted to make sure that he was able to protect himself in the event that something would have went down, right?
Oh,
Which
easily,
is
man.
completely
Very
understandable. Not too many kids have that, have training these days, or have fighting lessons these days. Hell, most people don't even get into a damn fight anymore, right? Like how. I don't even, and that's a great thing, by the way. That's a great thing that people aren't fighting. But yeah, I don't even think my son's been in like a real fist fight or a real altercation where
hopefully that's the case.
Growing up, God, Smash, I feel like, every year, 3 or 4 fist fights, you know what I mean? Which is, it's just crazy how times have kind of changed, just shifted.
Man, it's just different. It's just like, oh man, there's just way more cameras available now too. It's like nobody can just do this in anonymity. More likely, it's going to be broadcasted all over the world, and then it's like you got to carry that with you as the person that causes this type of altercation. But credit to your son's friend though, or your friend's son.
For wanting to speak out and have the discipline to do it.
That too, but he picked a good fighting style, because the key of boxing is to hit and not get hit. So it's like,
well, actually, I misspoke. It's actually Muay Thai. So.
Okay, well, still, man, well, with some of those nasty elbows and leg combinations that they throw, especially with that front kick, the teep kick, it's just like, dude, yeah, you can take out people easily without taking any damage yourself as long as you use it correctly. So
yeah, it's pretty, and it's really cool to see the dude's transformation too, right? To see. He's still a sweet kid. Like he'll always, that'll always be, one of his code, or just how he's wired. But it's funny to see the transformation and see the confidence just elude from him, and just radiate, right? Like he was a confident person before, but I mean now it's just the way that he carries himself is absolutely different. When he's around the other kids, like when he's around Reed, my son, and the rest of his peers, there's a significant difference at the way that he walks and carries himself that the other boys don't.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you know that you can, we
all are over the place. We'll continue to flow here, but we do got to get.
It's chaotic. It's chaotic. One of those things. Like when you have confidence in your abilities, you can afford to do that, though.
Right. Sure.
You don't have to be loud about who you are because you're confident about who you are.
No,
Patrick, you should probably start taking some Ubers or something, man, if you already drive with road rage with your kid.
Maybe I think that he actually misspoke, unless he's actually being facetious here. I always have my son in the car, so I always behave with road rage. So I'm thinking he's joking or he misspoke. So.
Oh no! I mean, I had a little brother. He's probably like the type that's like, "You better shut up, or I'm going to turn around and drive you home." Get like halfway to Disney World or something. It's like, "I'm going to turn this car around," and then actually do it. I've never been in that situation, but I'm sure somebody's done it.
The Chris Farley stupid kid where he's on the bus with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, exactly.
Great, grand. All right, let's get into some sports, amigo. Let's talk a little bit of NFL real quick. Your thoughts on NFL free agency?
Myles Garrett, was it? Did you are you really content on your NFL legacy just playing this out in Cleveland? You had like the chance to leave.
They're winners, Smash. They're winners in Cleveland.
With what quarterback? With who? They just picked up Kenny Pickett. Maybe Russell Wilson will come in. That's like the big name being talked about right now.
Kenny Pickett's going to bring some hardware, buddy. Kenny Pickett is bringing those Philadelphia championship ways to Pittsburgh. Or excuse me, not Pittsburgh. He was already in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
he's bringing
them. Like, he's finally leaving Pennsylvania.
He's able to get the hell out for the first time in his career because he was a Pitt dude too, right? I think.
Rob, nice call to Ted DiBiase there. He's saying that Myles Garrett, is like the $1 million man saying that everybody's got a price. And I guess Myles Garrett's price was met easily to stay in what is a very, like the name of the show, chaotic situation in Cleveland. And going into this coming season, it's going to be a chaotic situation where a team that should have made the playoffs, on paper, and if everybody's healthy, probably is not going to make the playoffs next year either, especially with the way that Nick Chubb is always having to come back from injuries every season.
Again, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask this for entertainment purposes here. Does Kenny Pickett give the Browns enough? Because we saw what a facilitating quarterback can do. What a managing quarterback, a game managing quarterback can do. Can Kenny Pickett be enough of a game managing quarterback to complement their running game and to, I guess, to sneak up on NFL teams with an elusive Jared Judy? Because Judy, yeah, you say right? That question that I posed changed. Like your reaction changed a little bit when I brought in Jerry Judy, right?
Yeah. I was Judy, I forgot about that.
Judy kind of moved the needle a little bit in the latter portion of the season last year.
Wild card, man. Wild card. Yeah, if he can show up like
wild that, card, bitches. Woo!
Exactly. If he shows up like that and is consistent for this season, then yeah, because that's the issue I have. It's like, okay, Kenny Pickett, he would come in with the talented Eagles squad. Let's admit, very talented at pretty much every position that you needed with one of the best offensive lines in football. You are not going to have that going to Cleveland. So this is really going to separate, to find out how talented.
I would say Philly's the best line in football, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And not just judging by Super Bowl performance either. We're talking from week
Saquon. Now again, Saquon. It's the perfect marriage, the perfect union. That line with Saquon Barkley, but
yeah, but no offense. I mean, you're a Giants fan, and I'm a Cowboys fan. So
why do you have to say it like that? Why do you have to preface it with no offense?
Well, because misery loves company, because we both have teams that don't look like they're going to be making the playoffs already with the way that this NFL free agency season has gone already. I mean, the Cowboys just took the Bills' worst quarterback. They had just signed some dude that played like 2 games last season at defensive end, who's like a first-round bust, and they have just re-signed the punter, which is key.
Yeah, everything you're saying is par for the Cowboys, though.
Yes, but this is also a team that had restructured 2 big contracts in Dak Prescott's, and for in some reason, they were able to get Lamb to restructure his contract. So they have like $50, almost $70 million in cap space, right? To use, but you have to use it because this money still counts against the cap. It's just now spread out, and we're going to pay it down the Jerry's going to pay it down the line.
You know where it's going, or I should say, you know where it's going to go.
Where's it going to go?
It's got to go to. It's going to Parsons. I don't know why the deal hadn't been done yet.
Because I don't think he resigns.
You don't think Micah Parsons resigns with the Cowboys?
I mean, it really depends if he wants to be Myles Garrett or if he really wants to win a championship. Because if it's about the money, then maybe.
Well, now, what you just said actually makes a lot of sense. Because if he wants to win a championship, I don't know if he is staying in Dallas.
Dude,
I don't think they're going to figure this shit out.
We just had one of the best offensive linemen of the last generation retire without any real meaningful playoff appearances. And not anywhere close to a Super Bowl. How do we let Zach Martin, the guy who had more seasons played in the NFL than he had false starts?
Yeah, but hold on now. I mean, what about Joe Thomas too? Because the Brown, got the Browns that did the same damn thing with Joe Thomas.
Yeah, but he didn't have to re-sign with them. He chose that. Zach, and same thing with Martin. He chose that too. But it's just kind of like, man, when teams waste great talent like that, it just pains me so much because yes, the NFL is the top 1% of all football playing athletes all over the world now. We have players from all over the world who are built to play this game, the top 1%. And then when you get a player like that, who's the elite of the elite, and then not even be able to, it's like being a dude who's listed at 6'2" and can't even dunk. It's just like a waste of height. And in this case, you just wasted talent.
I'm sure there are a lot of 6'2" people out there that can't dunk, man.
Yes. But again, height, like, oh, you never dunked once in your life and you're 6'2". I'm ashamed as somebody that's way shorter than that. It's like, why did you just totally waste all that potential? It may be something, might be health related, understandable, but if it isn't, and you're just one of those people that just walks around 6'2" and never dunked, I'm just like, you could have just gave me those inches. I would have been throwing down 360s instead of barely just touching, the net and the rim back in the
that's
prime.
all. Honestly, that's all I needed was 2 more inches, right? That's the story of my life. That's what she said. That's what she said. Just give me 2 more inches. Just give me 2 more inches.
That's good.
Yeah, your biggest shock, your biggest wow of free agency, is it Darnold?
No,
is it Darnold to Seattle?
No, it wasn't. It was really just Garrett re-signing after having all that big hubbub about, hey, I don't want to be here. Let me go. Let me out of my contract. And I'm just like, hey, I understand that quarterback situation doesn't look good still. I'm sure that
I honestly, I thought that was smoke and mirrors, or I thought it was a ploy to get more money.
You thought it was a ploy?
There was no way that they were going to let him go, right? Like he's a Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Fame player. There's just no way that you trade all. I don't know. I say that, and then you got Nico Harris. So
hey, dude, have you heard those fire Nico chants? They have spread from like the Dallas Star games.
Are you okay? Well, I haven't talked to you since, have I? Are you okay?
Oh man, I have been like in sports fan purgatory. It's just all like, yeah, I mean, right now I'm like a heavy Dallas Stars fan. They just made that big trade. They're like, that's like the only competent GM of any sports team in Dallas right now is who the GM of the Dallas Stars is. Because that guy's just been killing it on the trades. To get like Carolina's best player from the Hurricanes and to give up what they gave up, I think to win right now, they are now put in prime position to win right now. Shout out to Tom McKay, because I know he's the one that watches the hockey. Oh, and
audiovisual consultations, right, Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations.
I know, Tom. I was like, I know it's Jerry's team. I try not to take ownership, but I mean, my heart and soul of football is, started with the Cowboys, and it's going to unfortunately end with the Cowboys. It's just like, I can't just switch teams. Like, even if Austin ever got like an NFL team like in the year 2080 when they expand to 64 teams, I still probably wouldn't be an Austin, first team fan. I would always be Cowboys.
I'm having a hard time leaving the Giants. Like I am. Like I sat there and made that proclamation that I'm no longer going to be a Giants fan after this season. I was actually going to go back to Baltimore football. And it's not that I don't have anything against the Ravens. It's just, it's tough to leave. It's tough to leave the misery. It is. It's like, I don't know what it is, man. You've invested so much into it that you feel like it's going to turn at some point, but it ain't going to turn as long as Schoen's up in the damn office. Smash! They just offered Slayton. I don't have anything against Darius Slayton, but you gave him 3 years, $36 million. You didn't even have the foresight, You didn't even have the foresight to know that Saquon Barkley could still have juice left in the tank. You didn't offer him that bag.
No, man.
Darius Slayton?
Yes. I was just like, oh, man. It's just like, that's what keeps this division in favor of like Philadelphia is moves like that. We just have bad GMs. We have bad GMs. At least you know that yours can change in like another year. Mine, the GM for the
no, we don't. No, we don't, because we had a chance for Schoen
this year
to be gone,
and re-signed him.
He was retained. So
Jesus. Okay, yeah, just awful choices all around. And some days, as just a regular person, some days I do feel like, hey, maybe from the outside looking in, you do get some more insight. It was kind of like, remember in that Hard Knocks episode where the kid of your said GM is telling him who he should actually take in the draft, and he ends up being correct.
Jaden Daniels, Dad. It's a once in a lifetime chance. You know, and the dad just laughs it off, or Sean just laughs it off. He's just sitting there, this guy, we got David Jones or Daniel Jones. We just gave Daniel Jones, a big bag. We got him, son.
It's like, hey, sport, that's a real nice guess. But, let the adults make the real sporting decisions.
Rob, that was
NCAA football.
That was probably. I'm not, as a Caps fan, I don't really have too much love and too much, joy and share the, I guess, welcoming arms with Bruins fans here, but and Brad Marchand's a skater that I absolutely despise, right? But I despise him because he's not on my team.
Exactly.
And if he was on my team, I would love him. Everybody in the locker room would love him. But if you're playing against Brad Marchand, you hate him. Washington's got a guy like that, got a skater like that. It goes by the name of Tom Wilson. Okay. Everybody in the league seems to hate Tom Wilson. He and Marchand seemingly have the same type of reputation. I won't call them dirty players. I'll call them passionate players. Very passionate players. But yeah, seeing, and it's tough. It's fun. It's a joy to see hockey players give interviews, right, about their skaters, about their mates. But it's also tough to watch because you feel that compassion for them, right, and that camaraderie that they're missing out because they're brothers, right? It's like you said, misery loves company, and when you can endure pain and it's tough to argue that hockey players are one of the toughest and most grueling, enduring sports athletes out there, to where they can just endure all types of pain and get back out there. They missed 3 or 4 teeth and they're skating the next shift.
But
they break a leg, they're out there the next day. I'm kidding.
They would be. I wouldn't doubt
if they had their
it's
choice.
The playoffs. If it's the playoffs, they'll be out there.
But
they're out there if it's the playoffs. But you bring up a great point, Wags.
You see players or skaters like Marchand and see them break down like the King, right? When Lundqvist was talking about God, I forget the linesman that he was talking about, but Zuccarello. When the King was talking about Zuccarello too, they a lot of skaters choke up, man. And it's about your mates, it's about the people that you skate with, but it's also about the town that you skate for too, right? And I think that's just what solidifies and differentiates hockey from the rest of the other sports is, man, skaters care. And not to say that hoopers don't care either, but it just means maybe it's just different for hockey players. But yeah, tip of the cap to Brad Marchand. Yeah, thank God you're out of. I can like you a little bit more now that you're on Florida and no longer in Boston, but still
out of the division.
Yeah, I still can't really give you too much joy, man, until you come to Washington. But yeah, Marchand, one of the best to do it.
You talking
he's
about
just tough
all
to root
that?
for unless he's on your club.
You talking about that also made me think about, like, hey, sometimes I forget these professional athletes are still humans, just like you and me. People that build friendships on the team, and not just maybe the people that they skate with, but maybe people inside the organization, like the equipment manager, the people at the front desk. Like, you build those friendships because you see those people day in and day out. And we're human. We are creatures of habit. At the end of the day, you want a little bit of a routine, even that if that means that you're continuously on the road, you still have a routine, right? So I would imagine it's like, hey, maybe you just really enjoy your living situation. Maybe Myles Garrett really is just like, his home life is really good in Cleveland. Maybe he's just comfortable there. And it's like, hey, I can still get paid. Let me go ahead and just stay here. Everything else is good besides the football part. But hey, everybody's worked a job.
That's the main ingredient, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of like, sometimes you work at a bad place and it's because your friends are working there, like when you're younger.
Good point.
It's just like,
because you're in the ringer with somebody, you don't want to leave them behind, or
Yeah. It's just like, man, we've gone through some battles here.
Or maybe you don't
remember
want to
when the
leave
DM
behind,
came
but
in?
because your friend's there, you can endure it a little more. Right?
Exactly. It's like, hey, it makes it a little bit easier. At least you get to hang out with your buddy. You get paid to do it, and the job sucks, but hey, it's better than working by yourself at a job that you make the same amount of money without your friend or something. I don't know. People have different ways of ranking what they need in their tier scales. But hey, what's up, Ike? Good to see you, man.
Ike, we see you, buddy. We see you, Ike.
Man, shoot, Longhorn Bear was talking about Kansas baseball here, and I was like, no, I haven't. I mean, I saw that UT RGV is kicking ass right now, down in the 956. They've been beating everybody. I know UT's doing their thing. We were talking about A&M at the very beginning. The one thing they do know is how to pick up some baseball coaching talent, because that was a great pickup for UT baseball so far from what I've seen this season.
Yeah, it's funny, right? You have the start of the season and of course, we're not in conference play yet. We're going to start to get into the conference play and the true litmus test. But it looks Longhorns, on one hell of a streak right now. So
hey, Sal makes a great point here. Did you guys talk about the new Rangers hats that they had to recall this year?
I think they talked about them 2 days ago. What are your thoughts? I'm happy to hear what you got to say.
Oh, man,
real quick, though, what do you think about the standing desk? You gave me the McAfee idea.
Dude,
I'm kind of bringing it to fruition here.
Do you like it? How does it feel? Is it free?
It's all right. Now, I was up late last night, so my lower back is, and I moved all kinds of shit around here.
Like that table?
This table, I got this news table. It's right next to me, so I got to find a way to put. I'm thinking about putting it behind me over here, and then moving the arcade machines up.
Well, if you're not going to keep it, we should give it to Rob for guessing my age correctly. That could be his grand prize.
Does anybody want this table? Does anybody want this?
No, it's Rob's. He has to sign the thing, and then just like a real game show, either he accepts it, then he has to pay the taxes.
Rob, you have first dibs at this table. Well, no, I got some stuff on here that I can't really show on the table right now, but I'll clean it up for you. I promise.
I was going to say
literally it's an update desk. It's a news desk.
It looks great. I just know it's not going to fit in here.
It's one of Spectrum's old news desks when I was there. Anybody wants it, it's got wheels. You can roll it around. It's mobile. If Rob does not want it, if somebody wants it, you're more than welcome to come up here and take it away.
Oh, Jake, you know about the hats too. Well, don't forget about the
tetas.
Yeah, the tetas and the anas, and the don't forget about the asses, which are the athletics, because they just had like A's, SS on theirs. I was like, dude, who okayed that idea? Like with what is it? Who makes the stuff? It's Fanatics and the Nike contract, and whoever makes
New Era, right?
New Era.
New Era.
Yeah,
New Era is the logo.
Yeah, I was like, who okayed that? That was an awful idea. Like, I get it. Like, you're trying to be like cool, and kind of take some of that urban flair, but it didn't work out in that case. Somebody should have ran it through a few more people before they have fully committed. I saw that the Texas Rangers Tetas hats are going for $1,000 on eBay right now.
Why? Because it's recalled market?
Well, yeah, you know what tetas means, right?
Yeah,
of course, exactly. But since
one of the only few words I do know.
Yes, I know, but it's just like it's so apparent, and nobody saw this. Like nobody at the front office, nobody that okays the merchandise had noticed this. You play in a game where 22% of the major leaguers are from the Dominican Republic or something like that. It's just kind of like, we did not run this through anybody. Nobody kind of looked at it and laughed. Come on, somebody should say.
I'm sure somebody saw it and let it slide just because they probably
because nobody thought somebody was going
to. You don't want to give me a raise? Well, here you go.
Yeah, well, somebody will catch you down the line.
Get under my nose here somehow. So look, it's funny you say that on misspelled items. It's not really misspelled, but I got an Alexander Ovechkin bobblehead, but it's like, how do I explain this?
It's going to go up in money here.
The name's backwards. It's mirrored, so it's like an ambulance sign.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
The person that put this on put I don't know how to explain it. It's just in reverse. Like it's Alexander Ovechkin backwards. Like,
and what is this on? It's on the bobblehead.
Yeah, it's on the ball. It's on the base of the bobblehead. It's got one of 44. So there were 44 of them made.
Wow. So basically what you have is, unless everybody's came out the same exact way, you probably have like a super rare item, because it's always the errors that are worth the most money. And
I don't know if that's somebody said that, right? Like somebody said that the errors usually get sold for more, but I mean, is that really true? Like, because it looks like shit.
Oh no, it's definitely true. Like if you have one of those baseball carts with Billy Ripken on it, and he's holding the bat with the
Billy Ripken. Look at you. Who you placating to the Baltimore crowd here, Billy Ripken?
Hey man, you guys are wearing those
new. Well, say Timmy Hewlett. Who are you talking to?
Hey man, we can go back with the Brady Anderson 50 home run season.
Timmy Hewlett and Moose Milligan for the Orioles here. Hey, what are we talking about?
Don't forget about Mike Mussina before he signed with this.
Although shout out to Timmy Hewlett. Timmy Hewlett was a great utility player. Played every damn position in the ball field.
Hey, and even Mickey Tettleton had a cup of tea there too, man.
Mickey Tettleton had the best dip in the MLB.
Dude, I'm not a huge baseball guy.
Largest lump in the MLB right there.
Not a huge baseball guy, but that was like one of my favorite players. Didn't matter what team he was on, but it was because he could literally play every position, and he was great at it every single time. No matter who he played with, you could rely on Mickey Tettleton. And great name too. But yeah, one of my favorite
Mickey Tettleton, that is a good name. That's a good porn name.
That's a baller's name. I got to meet him. He ended up being a coach like for the University of Houston Victoria or something like that, as a baseball coach. And I was like, why is everybody going to go get pictures and autographs with this guy? Like, obviously when you see him 20 years past the prime, you're like,
was his forearm still a meat grinder, just absolutely ripped?
Dude, yes, man. It's just one of those things that like, you just never lose that, I guess, as a top tier elite
dude.
athlete.
His arms were an absolute unit. Just absolute man. Tree cutters, man. All right, so Texas, 2:30 tonight, 2:30 today, we got tip off. Texas A&M and Texas here. What's your thoughts for the Longhorns in order to get past Texas A&M to get dancing? To be the 14th team right now, Ken Palm's got 13 out of 16 schools of the SEC in right now dancing. For the 14th Texas to get in, they have to beat Texas A&M. Smash, what do they have to do to do that?
Well, let's say, first off, rest in peace to the late, great Gene Hackman, but he had one of my favorite lines in The Replacements where he goes, desperation.
4! How many passes? 4!
But desperation makes people very scary to deal with, right? And right now, Texas is playing with desperation, but they're playing some good basketball. Everything is just kind of starting to homogenize at the right time when they need it to. And this might be the perfect storm for them. A&M knows that they're in. And yes, it's a big game, but I don't feel like they may feel like they have to show up, They might just take the backseat and be like, hey, we're just trying to play.
Rest some players, get ready for the tournament because they're in already.
Exactly.
I don't know, though, man. I thought about that, but also it's Texas.
I get that. But I also think it's just like, hey, Texas has more to play for. So the way that this goes is like, hey, all of this is on you. You have to win this. It's kind of like having the 2-goal lead in soccer. It's like at that juncture, you have to stomp on the throat, because if you don't, that this other team is going to come back and win. Why is that?
I brought that up with BK. Why is that 2-goal lead the hardest lead to hold?
You become complacent. And it's just like, hey, you take your foot off the gas pedal, but you didn't realize you're still going up the hill. And you know how it is when you're going up like a big mountain.
Sure.
And you lose momentum. It's almost impossible to get it back. And that's exactly what happens in this case, where it's just like, hey, they have momentum now. And momentum is a very finicky thing. Like once it shifts, like, I don't know about you, but sometimes you can just sense it before you see it.
Oh, you feel it. It's more than a vibe. It's a buzz. I mean,
yeah, especially when it's like your team and you're just like, ooh, I don't like the way this one feels, especially when it goes against your team. Like you can just, it's just like that bad gut reaction. But right now, that gut reaction is trending pretty upward with Texas, just from what I've seen. Like once you play a game like the way that they played, that is usually enough to light that fire, that little spark that you need to really set things ablaze.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it continues, man. And I think that I think that spark, that fire, that igniter is Kendall Weaver. Now, look, you go back to the game yesterday, 79-72 victory over the Commodores, but he wasn't exactly just wowing. You gave you 18 minutes, right? But look, no buckets made. But that's not what he had a block. He was a pest at basically the picnic for you yesterday, right? Had 2 assists, so he was able to contribute there. 4 rebounds, only got you 4 rebounds, but crashed the boards twice and got you 2 extra possessions on offense there. That's just something that the Longhorns were lacking. And also, and again, I'm going back on it, right? Not to beat him up because yesterday he was decent, but usually Julian Larry's giving you 4 to 5 turnovers in spell of Kendall Weaver. Right now, Kendall Weaver's second game back. You'd like to think that he can make some contributions on the offense, but honestly, when Mark's hitting what he needs to hit, and Trey's good for 30, Trey's good for 20 usually, right?
But then when 30's a stretch,
30's
but 20's good.
30's a stretch, but he can hit that. Hell, Pope's given you 40 before.
Yeah. But those are astronomical numbers.
Sure, like basketball. Those are ceiling numbers. I get it. Those are ceiling numbers. But Trey Johnson is more liable to give you 30 consistently on a rip than Pope getting the 40.
Oh,
I understand that. I get that, right? But with Mark hitting and Mark being able to shave between 15 to 20, Pope being able to contribute there. We need to talk about Pope. In his position or his role as the shooting guard, coming up.
Still never really figured it out.
It's different. We'll figure that out here. But also, you get Kaluma that can chip in with a double every now and then. Smash or I don't want to sit here and say I don't want to sit here and say that they're going to make a run, but I have a lot more faith. And maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment. But I think getting Kendall Weaver back is a really good sign, and again, it's a change of pace, and the engine needed an uptune or tune up rather, and we got that piston that we needed because it's looking good.
Exactly, but the thing is, you know how it is. Hey, this is just like your second, third game back. It's like it takes a little while to get in sync, but he's doing.
It's hard to gauge smash in basketball. You know this. You play. It's hard to gauge tempo, right? And it's hard. It's hard to put a metric on what a player gives you that's not on the stat sheet. If I don't have plus minus minutes on the Longhorns right now, but I'd like to see the plus minus on Kendall Weaver.
But that's where I was just getting at. A lot of the times, like the stat sheet, while it tells a lot of the story for those guys that are scraping by on minutes, it doesn't necessarily tell you why they're in the rotation. And a lot of the times it's usually like, hey, maybe they're pressing right now. He's that guy that's good on the double team. He's that guy that's going to dive on the floor to get you an extra possession. He's going to be that guy that battles it to the point where maybe he tips it off of somebody to force a turnover, but he doesn't get credit for a steal. He just forced a turnover.
How about this? If there's a loose ball, he's going to be on the floor diving after it.
Yeah, that's all you need sometimes. You need that extra gear. And
especially in tournament play, right? In tournament play, you need grittiness. You absolutely need grittiness in tournament play.
And if you can get that performance from like your big players, it's infectious to the rest of your team, and everybody's going to play like that. And I know that Rodney Terry has gone through, he's taken a lot of criticism this year, and understandably so. The expectations are extremely high and stuff, but this is a really good opportunity for him to show what type of head coach he is, because I actually like the guy. I'm not just saying that wearing a Hilltopper shirt for a Hilltopper alumni, but I think his players really enjoy playing for him. He knows how to get what he needs out of them. It was just about getting all these pieces back in order to have a chance to play at full strength. And I see the guys in the background here. I'm going to bring them on in a second here, but I wanted to ask one final thing before we turn it over to him. And again, maybe it's an unfair question. If the Longhorns beat the Aggies and get into the dance with the current roster that they have now with Weaver back, because it is a different team. It's a different personnel group, and it does make a difference, right? Yeah. You can run different lineups, and the tempo is a lot greater too. Exactly, and that was the big complaint this year was the tempo.
Is that enough to say, okay, RT didn't have the pieces that he tried to mold and craft, so he didn't really get the chance to flex his piece, right? Is that enough to save his job?
Man, for me, it would be, because I've seen like other coaches get away with less, but I understand this is also Texas and the SEC now. So it's like, hey, you got to win now. And, honestly, I love RT, but I'm also like, hey, if you're going to make a lot of money and it's in it with the NIL and you got the boosters behind you, why not make a run at Rick Pitino? If you really want to win.
Too old. I said the same thing.
No, man. No, he obviously is not too old if he just led St. John's to like the conference tournament and they're going, this is the 5th team he's taking to the NCAA tournament, man.
I agree with you, but my question is, can he relate to the new recruits?
Can he relate to the new recruits? All those dudes were transfers, man. Yeah, and he's going to have Longhorn money behind him. I'm like, if you're serious about winning an NCAA basketball championship on the men's side,
I think that's one hell of a stretch.
Why are you not putting the money at Rick Pitino's feet and having his white laser shoots come on down to Austin if you're super serious about Texas boosters, if you're watching right now?
Yeah, I also don't think he's leaving St. John's. So.
But that's just it, man. It's like, who do you get if you're going to let Rodney Terry go? Like, who replaces that guy? That's my thing. And it's like, unless it's Rick Pitino.
Yeah, Rob hit it right here. There ain't no way in hell he's leaving St. John's.
Yeah, exactly. No, he loves the media. He loves the limelight. You get to play at MSG with a good team like that, dude.
He's got it too good right now.
He's always been an East Coast guy. I get it. But it's just like, hey, man, the Myles Garrett situation. Can you pay enough person to where, everybody has their price? And maybe you just work out a deal where he can live on the East Coast and you fly him in for practice. I mean, hell, you got Doug Godbolt, being a head coach. Yeah, hosting his show and being a horrible Division I head coach, because his team won 2 games this year against lesser conference teams. And, I'm not saying that I would have done a better job or you could have done a better job or the people on this thing could have done a better job. I'm just saying, like, anybody, it seems that, with the ever-changing landscape of college athletics, you can get away with a lot more now.
True. Here's 2 people that can get away with a lot these days. It's Will and it is Justin.
Jordan.
What's up, amigos? How are we?
Good morning, fellas. We're doing great. Huge win from the Horns, and I said it on yesterday's show. I think a lot more people would have been happier to lose yesterday instead of losing today. So
just rip the Band-Aid off completely. Just get the hell out of here.
That's completely how I felt. I mean, we were all hyped up, seeing Weaver back in. It was like, it was like having prime Jordan back, except he gives you no points, 6 boards, and 2 assists. But, so that was great. And then we won the game. And we were like, shit, we won the game. We got to play A&M tomorrow. So,
is Kendall Weaver Texas's best player?
I don't know, man.
I could say he's my favorite player.
He does seem to create the motivation or create the tempo, right? Maybe the driving piston.
Man,
he got to the line more than they've ever gotten to in the past 6 contests here. And I know it was only his 2nd game back, but it feels like a different identity with Weaver on the
completely.
I saw him play at the state tournament his senior year, and he didn't have a single offer. And I was like, how the fuck is this kid not getting recruited? It seems to be the right. I mean, I don't know my dick from my ass, the basketball scouting and recruiting. I have no idea how they do that. But just watching him, I'm like, this seems like a Division I cat, kind of weird. And then I followed him on Instagram because I sent him a bunch of photos. That's when I was doing like a lot of photography. It's my main source of money. And saw like in April, he committed to UTA. Like it was a super late signing deal. And then obviously followed the UTA coach to Texas. But, man, he was like what he does at the college level, he was doing that in high school, obviously, except like to the 10th degree, because it's less competition.
I imagine he was probably getting a steal like almost every sequence down the floor, right?
Yeah, and all of us, me and a few of my buddies who hadn't really seen him play were like, who is this Lil Mosey looking motherfucker from Mansfield Timberview that's just giving everyone buckets? He was awesome. I need to go and find these photos. But, I mean, a great player. He kind of reminds me, watching him with Texas this year was like watching Jade Barron in 2021 and 2022, where it's like this team is not fun to watch, but this dude plays, with his head on fire every single snap and could very well be their best player, and Jade turned into that. With Weaver, not sure what'll happen with him, but a lot of holes they'll have to replace next year for sure. And luckily they're getting him back, or at least I assume he's coming back.
Now, look, he doesn't give you much contributions on the offensive. Well, I mean, you say that, right? He doesn't contribute with the buckets, right? But I mean, his contributions that he makes gives you transition points. Okay. And then also, like, anybody that's a hooper that's played ball before knows what I mean when I say he sees the angles, right? Basketball is a game of runs, but it's also a game of angles too. And when you can read every angle and get off ball steals the way that he does, and just be a pest and continue to have that momentum, or not momentum, but just keep the tempo and just keep the tenacity up on the floor, it really does give fits to to ball handlers or just facilitators out there, and it just throws you off your offense, right? It doesn't allow you to get into your set, maybe, or you get into your set maybe 10 seconds too late, and then everything's just kind of, I don't know, just flustered for your offense. So I think Weaver's a great cog. Again, he might not be the best personal. It's clearly Trey Johnson for me, but it is a different identity when Weaver is on the floor. That is undeniable.
But you have a guy that can actually get forward.
Right. Yeah. You got the guy that comes out of the backcourt to get you extra possessions.
Yeah. And that's what you're going to need come tournament time. You're going to need
100%.
When you're grinding things out and it's a close game, you're going to really appreciate the second chance points and the extra possessions that you can get.
All right. Hey, Smash, thanks for the conversation today, buddy. I got to get rolling here. Will Jordan have a great conversation. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man, and hook them.
Man.
Sure.
Good luck to the Horns today. They need it.
They do. Man, I went and dug and found these Kendall Weaver photos because I used to upload all my stuff to this online website, SmugMug, but like I almost never send photos to kids anymore unless it's guys I really like, and then I'll send them over text. But I just got rid of it because I was paying like $14.99 a month or whatever it was, and it's like, this is not worth it.
All right, Jordan, let's go ahead and get the All Texas Playbook started. We have a couple things to talk about today. I've had some tech issues. Oh, here we go. I didn't know if you were actually picking him up. He looks exactly the same.
Yeah, he was balling, man. Had a lot of good ones from that tournament. Kind of hate that my screen is just still being shared. Kind of hate that I got rid of all of them before downloading them off the site, but it's whatever. I got memories. But sorry. Lone Star Playbook. Let's roll.
Here we are. We've got a couple things to do today. Our original plans kind of been shifted just a little bit, but we'll start off with some NFL news. The comments are flooding in right here. Jordan, have you bought your Mac Jones jersey yet?
No. But I guess Kyle Shanahan just couldn't resist waiting for them to go get Sam Darnold in 4 years. He just Sam Darnold, Mitch Trubisky, every single year for a 3 or 4 year stretch, there are always these reports where it's like Kyle Shanahan is in love with this prospect. And that's what Mac Jones was, the other names I mentioned. But, man, I am just not looking forward to the incoming Brock Purdy news. I hate it that they're going to pay him. I hate it so much. I'm watching the franchise fall apart in front of my own eyes. But, oh, well, we move, and I don't know. Hopefully they make a fun draft pick. Would love Kelvin Banks at 11. Either way, a lot of holes to fix. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts from yesterday's free agency? Getting pretty slow now since most of the big names have come off the board.
DeMarcus Lawrence getting 3 times more than I thought he would. I don't think he's been that great at all in the last few years. And he's headed to Seattle now on a 3-year, $42 million deal, but not too much is guaranteed. Thought that was kind of weird. Marcus Mariota, people were going crazy over this. So Marcus Mariota gets 1 year, $8 million to stay with the Commanders. If I'm the Commanders, Marcus Mariota is worth every single penny of that. He's been in a lot of the same situations as Jaden Daniels. Their careers have a lot of parallels. Mariota was thrust into a place where he was, the team hasn't been good in years. We expect you to be the guy to turn it around. The roster there was absolutely terrible. when Marcus Mariota was in Tennessee. And he wasn't able to do that. He did have the talent. And he was better than Jameis in those first couple of years. People forget. But
Jameis is out there legally blind.
Yeah. Jameis was out there blind. Mariota was just, I don't even know who he was. I played the Titans twice a year, being a Texans fan. I could not tell you a single receiver that they had in the first 3 years of Mariota. So anyways, it's worth it because the guy has been through a lot of the things that Jaden Daniels has been through. He knows, how easy it can be for it all to slip away. So that was not like a blockbuster deal, but Marcus Mariota 1 year, $8 million to the Commanders.
The Mariota thing got me thinking. I'm like, man, I can't name a skilled player from that team either. I mean, shit, dude. Even wow, I can't believe for a long time on that team, that was one of their best players.
Kenny Vaccaro.
Yeah, well,
Kevin Byard.
Yes, Kevin Byard. They also said Jarrell Casey. I think Brian Arakpo was still around then. Delaney Walker, I think, was kind of beginning to emerge.
Delaney Walker was kind of beginning to retire. I mean, he was pretty old by then.
No, I mean, I think statistically those were his best years because he came over from San Francisco where he's primarily a fullback and like the third string tight end. Like a lot of people don't know this. Delaney Walker played in the Super Bowl for the 49ers versus the Ravens. And then I think left the following season.
Yeah, he was Pro Bowl in actually all three of Mariota's first 3 years.
Hey, there you go. He ain't slowing down. Derrick Henry, they didn't get him yet. I remember watching him draft
the year after Mariota. These were some bad Tennessee Titan teams, like pretty bad.
Yeah, they have horrible management. One time I'm going to get Griff on here to tell some of the stories he's told me about what went down out there in that locker. Like this, Vince Young was basically the mayor of Nashville for like however long he was up there. He kind of ran things wherever he wanted. It's ridiculous some of the stories he tells, but no, I don't know. Aaron Rodgers, Longhorn Bear. Can't wait to see where he ends up. I saw this meme where it's NFL teams deciding between Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, and it's like, could you imagine telling someone this 5 years ago?
But yeah. I mean, I couldn't. But man, why can't they both just leave? Why can't they just both go away? Although I said the same thing about Matt Ryan a few years ago, and now I kind of miss Matt Ryan. But Matt Ryan never had the flair and all the extra stuff that comes along.
Matty Ice.
Okay, it was a nickname. That was it. You never heard anything else about him.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
He had, I'm just so sick of Russell Wilson. I don't think he was a good player since he had a great year in Seattle. I want to say
Mr.
2019. 2019 Unlimited. He had basically an MVP season that he did not get any votes for. Aaron Rodgers, same thing, hasn't been good in the last 5 years, and should have never played the game of football again after he tore his Achilles or whatever he did. And I legitimately cannot wait until we just never hear from him again.
Yeah. Hey, we still got the American flag Aaron Rodgers video running out, so that's all that matters.
It's a great video for for example, Jonte Cook at Washington, and you play the Aaron Rodgers bringing out the American flag.
Yeah, no, some of the memes are hilarious, and then people Photoshop the flag to something else that he's run it out with. But now with Marcus Mariota and the commies, I think it's a good signing. What's the saying? You're only as good as your second string quarterback. Pretty reliable, I'd say, second stringer. I have no idea who the other QBs are on that roster. If I was Washington, I keep almost saying the Redskins. If I was Washington,
Sam Hartman.
I don't know. They might have him. I think Sam Howell might have been on their team this past.
Sam Howell was on. He's on Seattle. He was traded to Seattle.
That's right. Year. That's right. Forget about that. I would try to go after Tyler Huntley. I have no idea what he's up to now.
He played for Miami last year. I remember that.
My thing is just like, dude, get quarterbacks who are very similar to your starter. So when they eventually get hurt, the more consistency throughout the play calling, the rest of the offense, stuff like that. And I mean, Tyler Huntley, close to Jaden Daniels. I mean, play style isn't identical, but they're put together very similarly, I feel like.
It looks like, I'm not sure if this is still the case, but they had Sam Hartman and Jeff Driscoll. So
Jeff Driscoll.
Sam Hartman was drafted, right? He did end up going in like the 6th, right?
I'm not sure. He completely screwed his career by like the Notre Dame thing, because it's like, dude, you can't play at that level at that age.
Wow.
Expect to.
He did go undrafted. That is just crazy. That is just wild.
Yeah, it is
Texans,
wild.
Yeah, Jake. I was about to put it up there. Texans legend Jeff Driscoll. I don't know if, Jordan, you're familiar with Jeff Driscoll, but he was such a bad quarterback when he got to Houston that he asked if he could play tight end. This is like year 6, year 7 in the league, and all of a sudden he wants to play tight end. And he actually did. He moved positions to tight end. I don't think he ever got a reception. Jake, you can correct me on that. And then, the Texans cut him, and he went back to quarterback. It was one of the weirdest things I've seen happen, where this guy who's an established pro, this switch. I mean, backup quarterback is you agree with me, right, Jordan? The backup quarterback in the NFL is the greatest job in the world.
Yeah, but like, I'd say 3rd string, but you're still on the 53 man. That's the best gig.
The emergency guy, the guy that still suits up.
Yeah. Wow. Forget Jeff Driscoll was a 49ers pick originally.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I just looked this up and got reminded. Man, classic 49ers era drafting. Chip Kelly is the coach. Jim Tonsul is the coach. Yep. Y'all don't know the struggle. But Charlie Whitehurst, hell yeah. Cold for Tennessee. That was one of Tennessee's QBs for a little bit. But I don't know.
Crazy. Sorry. I can't believe I'm saying this, but one more second on Jeff Driscoll, because I remember him very vaguely at Florida and assumed that's where he came out of. Jeff Driscoll actually was one of the first transfer portal demons. He went from Florida. He was benched for Trayon Harris. You remember that name at all? Trayon Harris in 2013, and then went to La Tech and basically broke every single record. That's what we need more of in the portal. It's just like guys getting hurt. Like the starter of the old vlog gets hurt. Next year he's gonna go play at Tennessee Tech. Just some showcase ball here. Not everyone needs to play in the national championship.
One thing that's just sticks out to me is like, dude, he is one of maybe like 5-10 guys that has ever downgraded from Power 4 or Power 5 at the time to G5 or FCS and still gotten drafted. There's going to be one guy who gets drafted that downgraded this year. I know at least one, and it's the cat out of Jacksonville State. But I mean, he got kicked out of Georgia because of some criminal case. I think he like beat up his girlfriend, or it was something like that, or it was like some wild bullying incident from high school that resurfaced after like a year or two at Georgia, and they had to be like, "Oh, we didn't know about this. He's out of the program." It was something like that, and I believe he's supposed to be like a day 2 or early day 3 pick at guard. Forgetting his name, but all that stuff is on the internet about him getting in trouble, and he'll be drafted. But like, Will, think about it. Can you think of any guys outside of Jeff Driscoll that have downgraded in the portal and still gotten drafted out of that G5 or FCS? Because I really can't.
Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
But again, yeah, I mean, most of the time it's going to be situations like that. I'm just saying.
Wasn't he drafted?
Just saying, I know it's never going to happen in the state of college football as it is, but if you're a Nikolai Maleva and you have a season at Tennessee, I'm not saying it's a good season, not saying it's a bad season. You have a season But, like we've talked about on the show before, it's very unlikely that he'll be there in 2026. If you're Nico Iamaleava, why don't you go tear up the Sun Belt? Or why don't you go tear up the, whatever Hawaii's in and have some fun there? Like, that is what, because I'm telling you, like, we've seen that the school doesn't matter all that much for quarterbacks as of late. Cam Ward would have been a day 2 pick last year out of Wazoo. But if he had stayed at Wazoo and had the year that he just did, and I don't know if he could have at Wazoo, but he would still be a first-round pick. If Shedeur Sanders had stuck it out at Jackson State, I think he's still being drafted this year.
Yeah.
I think if you're Nico Iamaleava and you have a day 2 grade on you heading into next season, you're better off going to a place like that as opposed to trying to transfer to an SEC school, being told no by a school or two, getting a bad rep, going into camp, not being the guaranteed starter. Like it's your path is just so much easier. I know you want to trust in yourself and trust in your process, but I think there's a lot of value in that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think though, you would really have to play his ass off to get a day 2 grade for next April. I just don't see him. I don't see that happening. But if I was him and I go on the portal, I'm hitting up Vanderbilt, LSU, Mississippi State, Kentucky. There are SEC schools who won't pay him as much as Tennessee is, but they'll pay him something close to it. So they can say, hey, we got the former 5-star guy who threw for, over 4,000 combined yards in his Tennessee career where he started, 20-something games. The school will definitely do that. In LSU, they need a quarterback because after this year, Nussmeier's gone. In 2020,
guys, my friend.
I know, but they don't trust in any of them. Michael Van Buren, he's going to have to prove he can be the guy because he's the only guy on that roster that will be given a shot. Trust me, there's no one else that they have signed or a quarterback on scholarship on that roster they're comfortable with.
I don't know, man. I have heard from people over there. And I'm not saying people close to the program, but I don't know if you ever saw what Javon Johnson did in high school. And he was definitely
Javon Johnson's playing quarterback for them?
He is playing quarterback. He's listed as a quarterback on their depth chart.
What?
Yes. I'm looking at it right now. He's listed as a quarterback. He's listed as their 3rd string.
What? So is Van Buren as 2nd string?
Van Buren is the 2nd string. That's right. I'm getting some conflicting depth charts here where I never thought that Javon Johnson would play at quarterback, but I also saw what he did, and he was pretty damn good. So that would be interesting. So Ricky Collins is not there anymore?
I don't know. He also stinks and has always stunk.
No one's good.
Okay, Will. When
Michael
I say
Van Buren is good. He's a good player.
When I say stink or stunk, I mean the fact is they're not going to roll that cat out there to be their starter. LSU won't. Someone else might, but it's not going to be LSU or an elite power force.
I think if you're LSU, you don't want to get in this cycle. Although I don't trust Brian Kelly with anything. But I don't think that he wants to get in this cycle of taking portal guys. I think LSU is one of those schools. Jaden Daniels is an exception from his entire time. He's headed into year 4 now. Mm-hmm. There's definitely a divide in college football, like coaches that are going to be too quick to take portal QBs and ones that aren't.
Joe Beasley's a portal QB, or was.
He was not. I'm saying Brian Kelly, LSU.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
I think what's going to happen with LSU's quarterback picture. They sign. I don't think they have a commit in 26 yet, but they'll get a kid. Probably not that good. Nuss will start this year. They'll either get a portal QB to bridge and be the starter in 26, or Van Buren will earn it and be the starter in 26. And then in 2027, they're likely going to get Elijah Haven. And Elijah Haven's the number 1 overall prospect, number 1 quarterback prospect. And he plays his high school football at the Dunham School, which is in Baton Rouge, right? So very unlikely they miss on him. Could he potentially be a day 1 starter his freshman year in 2027? I think so, especially if that's still the same exact staff. I don't really expect them to turn it around that much. So I think like to get him, their pitch is going to have to be, yes, you will start week 1. So that's kind of what I think unfolds. But, and I'm not trying to say these dudes stink. I mean, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars to be the second or third string quarterback at a Power 4 school, and they chose that school over 20 plus offers. But at the end of the day, there's a big difference between starters, even at quarterback, in the SEC. There's a humongous difference. So, yeah, and I mean, that difference is felt when you go from a guy like Nussmeier to a guy who's unproven, you know, or I don't know, what's a decent example? I don't know, I mean, you could say A&M. What happened with them? Connor Wigman. He had started over 10 games going into this year. Didn't play well. Got benched. They put in the shiny new toy, who everyone thought was the answer after he completed 2 passes the entire night for LSU, right? And how did that work out for them? Not well. So having like a top-tier level starting quarterback is the most important thing in college football. I mean, it is everywhere else, but specifically in college football, and one with experience. But I don't know. We real quick before we get into the draft, Garrett Gilbert, Lake Travis legend. Thanks, Steven Delgado. He I remember there was a period of time where I ran Lake Travis's social media for their football program. I did it like my first and second year out of high school. And I talked their booster club, and he gave me, I think it was $800 a month to run their Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Pretty good negotiation for 18-year-old Jordan, I'd say so myself. But I do remember they asked me to post this thing, like the anniversary of Garrett Gilbert's Super Bowl rings. And I'm just like, are we not going to act like this dude wasn't picked up like 2 months before and only ever was on the P squad? Like, he never appeared in a game for the Patriots in a regular season game.
But he was on the team. Brady could have never done it without Garrett Gilbert.
Yeah, they also, man, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. So there was this kid who went to Duke, whose dad was actually a football coach at Texas at either the tail end, I think it was either the tail end of Mac Brown era or tail end of Charlie Strong era. I can't really remember the years. But when his dad coached at Texas for one singular season, he put his family out in the Lake Travis area, and his son went to Lake Travis as a freshman, played freshman football. Dad ended up getting a job at Duke or somewhere. No, it was somewhere in Florida. Moved out there. Family went there. Kid played the final 3 years of his high school at that Florida high school. Ends up at Duke. Ends up getting drafted in like the 5th round. And I remember they asked me to post him, like former Cavalier that got drafted. And I'm like, who the hell is this? I've never seen this kid.
Ball, yeah.
And I eventually looked it up and figured that out. But like the kid only ever played freshman football for Lake Travis, and they claimed him. I mean, I would have done the same shit. But like, I don't know. Just kind of cheap, I feel like. But hey, Garrett Gilbert, Super Bowl ring, baby. Want to get into the draft?
I think we should.
All right.
So, as a little, introduction, we'll explain this. Jordan and I, the other day, drafted 22 players each from the state of Texas, and this is regardless of class. We will have a lot more information on this later today on Horns 247. So let's just rattle these through. I didn't know if we were going to do a big reveal for each round, but I think this is pretty good. We'll just go back and forth, explain our picks here, and then at the end, kind of reveal our teams.
Yeah. So in this, if you're watching on YouTube, Twitter, the live stream and have the visual, J is my team. R, represents what round it is, obviously, and then WR is Will's team. We did this based off right now. If we were Texas high school football coaches and wanted to build our teams right now, this is how we do it. We're not factoring in projection or anything like how the rankings do, and we're projecting them to be draft picks. We are just drafting them to play for us right now. I had first pick. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. And again, like Will said, this will be up on the Horns 24/7 site later today with, I guess written details, analysis, whatever you want to call it. But we'll get into it. First pick, Jermaine Bishop. Talked about it a lot. Pound for pound, I think he's the best player in Texas high school football. is an athlete prospect but could project a corner. I'm playing him at corner because I think, he is a better corner, as crazy as that sounds. He is on pace to be top 10 in career Texas high school football receiving yards. But he'll be a corner for me, get a few receiver snaps here and there. Will went with Felix Ojo. Tell us about Mr. Ojo.
Just the dog in the state of Texas, 6'6", 275. He's got great hands and even better feet. Nothing else I would have wanted to start my team off with. I think I'll say it in the post on Horns 247 later. It seems a little old school, but, I think getting this guy early on was about the best move I could make. And in the second round, Jordan took who I was planning on taking in Keyshawn Henderson at quarterback. Jordan, explain that one.
Yeah, well, I wanted to take Felix Ojo, but you selected him. So I'm like, what, best tackles off the board. Let me go get, the remaining BPA, best player available. Need a quarterback. He's the number 2 quarterback in the country, number 5 overall prospect, and a true dual threat that can also play receiver safety if it ever comes to it. So went with Keyshawn and also wanted to pair him with good friend, best friend of his, Jermaine Bishop. So when I put Bishop on offense, they're clicking. But yeah, and then you went with the running back early, round 2, Beast Texas's finest, KJ Edwards.
I did. I, thought about going quarterback here, but since you already had quarterback, felt like it was wise to go ahead and wait. I feel like I took the best player in the state at the first pick. I feel like I took the best running back in the state, no doubt about it, in my second pick. So, KJ Edwards, there's I think what I said is there's something about his game that everyone can like. He's perfect at those cut and jump situations. He just knows exactly how to wait on blocks. He plays as if he were 20, 21, 22 years old, getting ready to go to the draft right now. And we've noticed that a lot in the camp circuit, at Under Armour for sure, where it's like he just understands the game better. And as the coach of this magical team, he's the leader for me so far.
Yeah, hey, you had Coach Surratt coaching him up, getting ready. So he's got it in his system. One thing about this draft is you kind of just want to screw the other guy over by taking the players or positions he needs first. So that definitely goes into the draft process. So that's why I selected Jalen Lott in round 3, because I'm like, all right, Will doesn't have a QB. I'm going to take who I think is the best receiver prospect in the state, even though Texas thinks he's a corner. And I'm playing Jalen Lott, a receiver. I think, creates a super high floor for the receiver room. Ridiculous track athlete, like 25-foot long jump, 6'3" high jump, something like that. Has also gone sub-11, runs hurdles, literally checks every single box. So he's playing receiver for me. I'll use him everywhere, inside, outside, slot. I love what he does on slant routes, or did on slant routes as a junior, where he basically was just catching it, making the safety miss, and then you can't catch him. So that was my pick. Will followed my trend, selected receiver round 3. Who'd you take?
I took Jordan Clay out of Madison in San Antonio. I felt like there's a lot of opportunities for me to get a speed guy at some point later in this draft. But I feel like I got the most versatile receiver, in terms of what he could turn out to be and what he could be for me. I feel like I got him in Jordan Clay. But he's a big old boy. He's got some of the best size, 6'3", 200, and every bit of it. And I think based on who I had been planning on taking a quarterback, I'm not going to say it yet, but who I'd been planning on taking a quarterback, felt like it was a pretty great match. Round 4, you went back to O-line, the first O-lineman taken since, I drafted in the first round. Tell me about John Turrentine and why you took him.
Yeah, my 4th round pick took JT3, as they call him, John Turrentine III, a guard prospect for the NFL, but, a damn good high school left tackle, and that's what he's going to play for me. Also kind of drafted him early on, being like, hey, I'm just going to slot him at left tackle. I'll move him around if I want to. But he's going to finish as my left tackle, and, he'll hold the book in for Keyshawn Henderson. You went and got someone for him to compete with for your 4th round pick.
I did. I went on Jabaron Carlton because, I mean, we were building up our lines here, and I felt like I needed the best D lineman in the state. As you'll see, you can kind of see it here where I've just loaded up this D line. And Jabaron Carlton is the first one that I wanted on there. He's got great power moves, great skill moves, and brings a lot of the size that I'm not sure John Turrentine can handle. So we'll have to see that. You went the same way. Continue to trend again in round 5 with Jamion Winfield. Tell me about that.
Took Jamion Winfield out of Richardson High, transplant in Mississippi, and needed someone interior. The position of defensive line, interior D line has never been a bigger premium in football, or at least in college football, than there is right now for D line. And with how weak the interior D line group is in the state of Texas, I needed to go get the best guy, so I did. And good luck to any of your interior linemen for blocking him.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see who I picked here. But I did pick Ethan Mr. Booby Feaster in round 5. I said I wasn't too concerned about getting a speedster early on because there's a bunch of them in Texas. And, I get Booby, and I think he's able to fill that gap for me, playing opposite of Jordan Clay, and just kind of perfect for the way the team is going so far. So let's take a little break, especially in case anyone has jumped in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Jordan and I are doing a draft of Texas high school football players. And so the J is for Jordan, the W is for me. We're about 5 rounds through here. Let's get back to it. Round 6, you went back to offensive line, took Zayden Krempin.
Yeah, needed a high floor guy. This is a kid who starts at left tackle for Prosper, projects to being a guard at the next level. But guess what? He can play tackle for me if it comes to it. And just took him kind of as a utility guy, and I'll figure out his position later. And, pretty much it.
I decided to go at quarterback, although I could have just waited until the last round here. I felt like Bo Bentley deserves a little bit better. He's going to be great for the team. He can take it off the top. He's got a lot of just skills in general. He's athletic and he can run a little bit. And just production monster. One of those guys who maybe won't be sorry about that. The perfect college player, but he's one of those guys who just looks perfect on Friday nights. In round 7, we're getting some more Texas targets here. You went Chase Calicut.
Yeah, I like blitzing, and I like being able to trust my secondary to hold up and man when I'm blitzing. And Calicut, a safety prospect, but 6'3", 190 pounds. Can play corner, can play nickel, can play whatever you need him to. Super competitive kid, and he's wired the right way. So I'll be playing him at safety, but we'll be running a ton of man. So I guess it'll be kind of similar to the old Dwayne Aquina DBU defenses, where a lot of man coverage, a lot of shifting around, versatility, and that's what I'm looking to create. And Chase Calicut sets that tone.
So this is probably the biggest shocker of the draft, I would say, that we had. Because of my roster composition, I picked Zane Rowe at 7, but I don't put him at D-line where I think, or edge where I think he'll end up. I actually have him at tight end. Texas, in the last few years, generally has not been a hotbed for tight ends. I'm not really sure what it is, but there just doesn't, because guys understand that the linemen get paid more. So if you have the size to play tight end, you might want to switch to the other side. And receivers get paid more. So if you're on the skinnier side, then you might want to just become a receiver. And hell, even linemen are getting paid more at this point. So, Zane Rowe is not going to be a tight end at the next level, very likely, although he would like to. But he will for my team. So that's a good recruiting pitch. I pick him early. He's the first 2027 prospect to be picked in this one. I don't think he's actually the best 2027 prospect in the state. I do think it's Landon Williams-Callis, but the 2026 running back class made it almost impossible for him to get drafted in this.
for sure.
Right, that was. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing.
Yeah.
For me, at round 8, needed a receiver. Started thinking like, where do I want to go with this? Do I take another speed demon? Big jumbo receiver outside to pair with Jalen Lyon. How do I want to do this? Started thinking, who are some of the most productive receivers in the state the last few years? One of them that comes to mind, Jaden Greathouse. Who is the souped-up, twitchier version of Jaden Greathouse that plays at Alito? That is Jermichael Finley's son, Caden Finley. So just needed a productive outside guy that has an incredibly high floor. Not going to be the biggest chunk play guy, but I need consistency and a bigger bodied guy that's still fast enough, twitchy enough. And I think that's what Finley provides. Also has a lot of big game experience playing at Alito, making deep playoff runs, playing in that, district that they haven't lost a district game in since 2007. He has a lot of, experience. He's a freshman starter on their varsity squad. So love that pick. And yeah, you took someone else who, unlike Finley, is expected to go north of the Red River, could go north of the Red River.
Yeah, David Gross out of Frisco Lone Star. I have him slotted in as the kind of running back wide receiver hybrid. I think we can use him what I like to call the Savion Red spot. A lot of people would call it like Debo, but I think like having him in a lot of short yard situations, having him go, sweeps and jet touches. I think he'd be deadly in those, especially with the way with Felix Ojo on the left side there and Zane Rowe playing tight end. If we can get a jet touch pass where he goes along the left side, it's a touchdown every single time. And we do already have Jordan Clay there. So
yeah,
we're just all loaded up with size on that side.
Are you Davian Gross going to be on Twitter liking porn like Savion Red? You don't know what I'm talking.
Too soon.
So when Savion Red commits to Texas on signing day, I'm like, who even is this dude? Kinda, because I had never seen him play in high school, didn't know much about him, and I wasn't, paying a ton of attention to the recruiting sites around that time. So he commits. I click on his profile, and I'm like, wait, let's see what this dude's getting into. I go and look at his likes. It's just porn. All of his likes are like that. And I call Nick Harris, who will be on tomorrow, who actually the job that I currently have right now, recruiting writer for Hornets 24/7, he had it at the time. And I was like, hey, you should probably let someone know in Texas that his Twitter profile looks like this. A lot of people are going to be looking at this. He just committed. And he was like, all right, cool, let me call someone. And like an hour later, it was all wiped. And I don't think he had like 3 tweets that he liked on his entire profile. But that's what I was referencing. But hey, round 9, originally you took Zane Rowe to be an edge and then later moved him.
That's right.
Moved him after the selection. So I was trying to be savvy, go get tight end 1 in the state. And I got Javian Martin, Scoop Martin out of Pflugerville High, 6'3.5", 6'3", a 250-pounder that comes from a deep basketball background. Was a varsity starter in both football and basketball as a freshman for Pflugerville, and just a really good kid, a true tight end. Can put his hand in the dirt on the line or split him out wide. He'll catch passes. And, he's the top-ranked tight end for a reason, and want him on my team. Also love those Austin area kids. So, went with Scoop Martin. And you, round 9, went and got another edge rusher, KJ Ford.
I did. I got an edge rusher, but this is another one where I was just going for what I thought was best available. So somehow KJ Ford ends up becoming a D lineman here. He's not playing the edge. I said that the Zane Rowe pick was maybe the weirdest in terms of moving him, but this is not ideal either, just because KJ Ford is a bona fide edge rusher and has all the skills, but I think he can do really well inside next to Jamarian Carlton. He will be on the same side, and I'll explain that in a minute. Let's rattle off. We got about 8 minutes here. Rattle off these. Round 10, you went Drew Evers.
Yep. Similar to my Crumpin pick, this kid does play tackle in high school, but can play all 5 positions on the offensive line, and taking him to play guard, but, I was like, hey, versatility here. I can shift him around just like Crumpin, just like Turntine, and You went with one of Krempin's teammates at Prosper, Bryce Gilmer for your 10th round pick.
Yeah, we needed someone on the other side, and why not Bryce Gilmore? You know, he's 6'4", 270. He's got the track background. We know he has good footwork, and we needed that right side filled up because we're about to add a lot of guys to it. In round 11, you went with Donovan Webb.
Yeah, so wanted another safety opposite of Calicut. Calicut, you know, I did say I'll be running a ton of man, but with him, he's more of like a rangier, I guess, playing space type almost, where Donovan Webb has had 2 varsity seasons back-to-back with 100-plus tackles. I need someone who can, you know, be a productive tackler, and not that I'm worried about Calicut on the back end, but, you know, provides a sense of security, at least in the run game. And, again, is just one of the most productive players in the state. The offer list shows for it. Texas is not one of his 8 OVs. Part of that is because he tested pretty poorly, or at least that's what I put together. Some schools backed off after that. But with Webb, a phenomenal high school player, I think will be an amazing college player, and put him in my back end with Chase Calicut.
In round 11, I went with Jason Bradford. This is your boy.
Yeah.
Temple. You were real upset at this one. This was somehow the first pick that I have in my entire secondary, because it looks like, you know, after here we get a lot of them. But Jordan, you know more about Jason Bradford than I do. So I'm just going to say great player and great way to start off the secondary. Round 12, Sean Stover back on the O-line for the boy Jordan.
Yeah, Texas fans probably have no idea who that kid is. He's at Prosper, has been a starting center at Prosper since his sophomore year. He is a center recruit through and through, has only ever played center. Is a ridiculous student, like top of his class at Prosper, which is a really good school. You know, experience, a true center, and also, you know, I have the cohesion there with Zayden Krempin. And his recruitment's wild. No one was even talking to him in the fall besides Duke and Princeton. He has like 7 offers, and he ended up committing to Duke in January. Phenomenal get for them. It blows my mind. No one else is recruiting that kid. But you went round 12, another DB, Jam Vincent.
I did. I went to Jam Vincent. I like this. I like him. He could have played quarterback for me, you know, but I do think that Bo Bentley's a little bit better of a high school quarterback, just a smidge. But, you know, Vincent had that athlete tag on him for a while. I believe he's just a true cornerback at this point. Committed to Baylor right now. They're getting a hell of a player. They're getting a lockdown corner, a guy that can play anywhere on the field for you. So, yeah, love to have him on my team. Got to cover him a little bit the tail end of my Tales from Waco. Round 13, you went to the class of 2027 for the first time and picked up John Meredith III.
Yeah, wanted a big jumbo boundary corner and one that can run. You selected my guy Jason Bradford, which pissed me off. So I'm like, all right, I need to go get, you know, my next favorite big boundary corner. Got John Meredith, Euless Trinity, 6'2.5" by 175. A phenomenal young man, really good kid, long arms, measured extremely well in Under Armour, and then tested extremely well. This kid went 4.43 as a sophomore. So someone to watch, someone who could very well end up top 32 in 5-star territory. Like, he's that good, and potentially DB1 in the in-state 2027 class. So that's why I went with him. You went with someone else at Euless Trinity, round 13, Toa Katoa.
Toa Katoa. Maybe my favorite, apart from Felix Ojo, my favorite offensive lineman in the class, or definitely interior lineman. I think when we were talking to him a few weeks ago at Junior Day, and he was talking about the wrestling aspect of what he's doing. This is a guy that is like truly committed to football, because he was not talking about, oh, I'm wrestling because that's another sport I want to do. He was wrestling so that he could get better at football and he could learn so many different things. And, you know, looking back at that as a coach, as the coach of this team, that's about the perfect story you want to hear. He's got the size. He's going to bully whoever Jordan's got. So I'm not too worried about that.
I don't know. Try bullying Jamie on Winfield. See what happens.
Round 14. Someone that I wish I had taken earlier on, Kosio Pala.
Yeah, I went deep in the bag on this one. He is a linebacker prospect for 24/7 Sports. That's what he's getting recruited to play. But at the high school level, plays almost exclusively on the line of scrimmage as a 2-point edge rusher, sometimes on a 3-point. And just incredibly productive tackles for loss out the ass. And like half of his highlight tape is teams pitching it away from his side or purposely running to the opposite side. And he runs the play down for a tackle for loss on the opposite side of the hash. But great kid. Gonna stick him at edge for now, and just think, super speedy, explosive edge, and someone who plays with his head on fire, and figure out the linebackers later. You took kind of a linebacker safety tweener, an NFL legacy, Cooper Witten.
Yeah, it was pretty hard to decide where Cooper Witten would end up here, but based on, I guess this is. We'll put that up. Yeah, go ahead and put that up.
Ike, we're drafting as if we were Texas high school football coaches. It's not projection based. Just right now, if we were coaches, who we would want on our team, and that's how we're doing it.
So we
are in round 14.
14. Cooper Witten had an opportunity to play safety or linebacker for this squad, but ended up putting him at linebacker just because a couple of the other guys were taken, but can do it all. I know, the Witten camp is very happy to put him just about anywhere they want to. I think, he could bulk up a little bit and he could play on the line. Like he looks like a freak. I mean, he's got his dad's genes for sure. And it seems like he's got, a lot of those traits and a lot of the athleticism. All right. Round 15 and 16. Let's just go ahead and get these kind of lumped
Aiden
together.
Johnson. Out of Mount Pleasant, East Texas. I took him. The in-state D-line class sucks, like I said. And this kid is 6'1", 350 pounds and benches like 500. I just wanted someone who's a bully and, fight him in the phone booth. Good luck. That's why I took him. You went Calvin Thomas, the first, I believe, true linebacker taken in this draft, or one that's playing linebacker.
Good pick. I like Calvin Thomas. I don't have too much insight on him. I've seen the tape. I like it. 6'3", 210. We were building this team off of size, and we were just trying to bully Jordan's team. And I think, Calvin Thomas is one of those picks where we did pretty well. Round 16, Quivers back.
Yeah,
another linebacker.
I think he's the best linebacker in the state right now, and I think he's the best linebacker prospect to project. Can run, needs someone who can go coast to coast as my Mike backer, and he checks that box. So yeah,
I had no best in that spot. Put him at center because I couldn't really find any other true centers in the state. No best could play either guard position or center, but based on who else ended up being available here, it seemed like he was good there. Round 17, Yaheem Riley.
Yeah, my dog, Miami. Used to be at LBJ, now at Austin Anderson. He hit the portal. Had my 2 corners selected, 2 safeties, wanted to use Miami for the nickel spot. His role models, Drew Makuba, very similar play styles, and just a guy that isn't afraid to be physical and come up and hit the shit out of someone. Love that I'll have him kind of in the box at times, and think he's a great nickel guy to pair with the other 4 guys I've already drafted in the secondary. You already took KJ Ford, but you went and got his sparring mate from Duncanville, Landon Barnes.
I did, yeah. I think this is a pick that really neither one of us thought of for a while. He's been getting a lot of love lately, and for good reason. The guy can kind of do it all, and a very different build than KJ Ford, and maybe doesn't do some of the same things, but is very versatile, and I think he'll be good for the team. Round 18, you picked a guy who, I'll be honest, I didn't even know until you said his name.
Yeah, went deep in the bag. Kosiak Powell was drafted, Calvin Thomas was drafted, and so was DeQuivis, and my options were down to Tyson Ijiawoko, Tank King, and I'm like, you know what? Let's get in the bag. Went and got Carson Crawford, like Will said, I doubt anyone really knows who he is besides ball knowers. Is a Carthage 3-star linebacker. He's actually ranked higher than Tank King and Kosi Akpala. 6'3", lengthy kid. Lines up at every single position for Carthage. This kid lined up at 7 different positions in the state game. And pairing him as my second linebacker with his teammate, DeQuivis Beck, going to help with cohesion. And, I mean, he's super versatile. I can move him around all over, shift him down to edge, shift Kosi back to off ball, however I want to do it. And, I mean, that's why I took him. You went with Jordan Deck at a Frisco Lone Star for your 18th round pick.
Yeah, I thought this was a steal. I actually think he's the – I mean, I think he's ranked as the best safety in the state.
I know Calicut is top 247. Deck's unranked 4-star right now, I think.
That's right.
They dropped him to a 3.
Chase Calicut is 14. Jordan Deck is 21. Still pretty close to it. And, you know, I think Jordan Deck, I think we're getting a little repetitive here. He's got the size. That's what I was building off. And he's got the speed too, and that's the other thing. So 19. This is one where we almost have the reason where we're going to put a disclaimer at the beginning of this article that this is not based off of talent. This was based off of team needs. When you're drafting against one other person, things get a little weird. So Jordan takes Tredarian Bell, who is a top 30 player in the country in the 19th round.
Yeah. You know, with him, KJ Edwards already off the board. Need a running back. And with what I want to do, I like him more than Javian Osborne, other people in that 25 or in that 26 class. And, I mean, a really good receiving threat out of the backfield and someone who's been making plays since his freshman year of varsity. So pairing him with Keyshawn Henderson, good effing luck because I'm running option all night. And yeah, you went local kid, Bastarup's finest, Tiki Hola, around 19.
Yeah, Tiki Hola at 6'2", 285. I feel like he's playing the weak side for this team just because I already have Jamarian Carlton and Landon Barnes on the edge, and then I have KJ Ford inside. So I'm going to match him up with whoever your best guard is and hope that the other 3 guys can get through. Not as a dig on Tiki Hola. I just think he doesn't have the break. You know, he doesn't have the impact that those other 3 do. At round 20, you went back to the class of 2027 and got Kennedy Brown.
Yep. I had every single O-line position, you know, accounted for besides right tackle. Thought about going a few different options. It was definitely going to be a 27 tackle, though, because I'm not in love with any of the in-state kids not named Ojo or Turntine. And I took Kennedy Brown, started his entire sophomore year at the right tackle position because his high school had a kid at left tackle, then ended up signing with Northwestern that was a senior. And Brown, 6'5", 82-inch verified wingspan, like 36.5-inch arms, a walking NFL offensive tackle projection. And more importantly for my team, someone who has a full year of starting at the right tackle position. That's where he'll play for me.
I got Saforian Martin at, in this last round. He's got a 39.9 jump, high jump. He's got great length for a DB. He's, a multi-sport guy, plays basketball, and I already mentioned track. And he's young, so he can be on the team for a while. So that'll be nice. Round 21, we got Carter Buck.
Yeah, my boy. The top D-line prospect to come out of Lake Travis since I don't know who. Better than Gus Cordova. Anyone at Lake Travis will tell you that as well. And I fully believe he's the best edge prospect out of Austin since Colton Vossick in 2023. Been productive for Lake Travis, played in a lot of big games for them. And I mean, just an athletic kid, is also a pitcher at Lake Travis, grew up running track, playing other sports, and moves pretty well, 6'4", 240, 250. Committed to TCU, and, with Jamarian Carlton, KJ Ford, Landon Barnes, all already off the board, I needed an edge opposite of Kosi Akpala that, profiled as a bigger guy, and that's what Buck is, and, love him on my team. Love getting that Lake Travis Cavalier too.
Yeah, I needed a second safety here. The options were pretty limited, but I did get Isaiah Williams out of Fort Bend Marshall. This guy was all production, especially in a sophomore season, and we've seen what he can do on the field at Marshall. So I like him on the team. Hoping to see some improvements from him, though. And I think the Texas staff feels the same way. Speaking of Texas, in the 22nd round, you take a commit.
Yeah. Chris Stewart. This pick basically happened because I had my running back / receiver spot open, and I'm like, I need a fast guy because Will's entire secondary is like 6'2 plus and can't run super well. So I'm like, I need someone faster than the lot. When he got Chris Stewart, going to put him in the slot. Not the fastest top end speed guy, but ridiculous 0 to 60 speed, some of the best acceleration I've ever seen, and ridiculously twitchy as well, first 10, 20 yards. So really just wanted someone I know that can run past the secondary. And I mean, I've seen Chris Stewart a lot. I know he can do that.
Mr. Irrelevant in this draft is Nicholas Robertson out of Klein, who could very well be a Longhorn in a couple months here. But he's not irrelevant to me at all. And in fact, he's one of the most important parts of the team. I wanted to draft him much earlier on, but feel like I had, some more positions of need. He's a one-on-one demon. We've seen that for the last year and a half. And if there's anyone that's going to be able to guard Jamion Winfield, I felt like Nicholas Robertson, all 335 pounds of him, and he's going to put on a little bit more for my team. I think that's going to do it. Awesome. All right, Jordan. We got through all 22 rounds here. Feel free to drop in the comments who you think would win, or when it debuts later today on Horns 24/7, or just any insight.
Yep. Well,
that's all I've got. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, we'll get out of here. Everyone who tuned in, appreciate y'all. Mark K, Ike, Jake Bayless, Steven Delgado, the whole crew. We appreciate y'all listening. Longhorn Bear, Quad Standard Labs, and anyone listening on podcast too. We appreciate you as well. Gonna encourage y'all to get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app for the next few hours for the midday mashup. SEC Unfiltered is recapping day one of the SEC tournament, including the Longhorns' win over Vandy, who will be playing the Fighting Texas A&M Aggies at 2:30 today. Will, that'll do it for us. Live stream will be back at 2 with Chip and Zay, and until then, we'll see y'all next or tomorrow.